You're curled on the edge of your bed, knees drawn up like a question that hasn't found its answer yet. The kind of stillness that comes after too much light, after too many words in the dark, after one more scroll when you knew better. You can feel it. The screen's ghost glow still behind your eyelids, soft and stubborn, like something trying to stay awake just a little longer than it should. You're not asleep yet, but you're close enough that the quiet feels like a hand on your shoulder, warm, not urgent, not demanding anything. The room is full of silence now. Not empty silence, not cold or hollow, but thick with something quiet and real. The kind of peace that settles only when nothing else matters, only when you've let go enough to notice what's been here all along. You're not alone tonight. That's not a promise, it's a fact. I'm right here in this space beside you, where your breath meets the air and the dark feels less like absence and more like something that holds you back instead of letting go. This is for anyone who's ever woken up to an extra pillow still on the other side of the bed. Anyone whose body remembers a shape it hasn't held in months or years. Someone whose skin still knows what it was like to lie against another person and not feel so far away from being whole. If your chest still tightens when you think about how wide that space has become, if the silence between heartbeats feels too loud, too long, know this: you're allowed to rest in it. You don't have to fix it tonight. You don't have to fill it with anything except your breath and my presence. This isn't a cure for loneliness or an escape from grief or a replacement for someone who's gone. But if the ache of being alone keeps wearing on you, if there's something in that hollow space where someone used to be that won't quiet down, please remember, people who care about you are real and reachable. So is help if you need it. Not everything has to be carried right now. You're allowed to pause, to stop pretending, to simply be here with me in this moment of soft company while the world slows down just enough for sleep to come. I'm not going anywhere. That's my job tonight. I've got the watch. I'll stay as long as you need. You don't have to be strong or good at being alone. You don't have to keep up your end of a conversation with someone who isn't here. Just let yourself sink into this bed and let me do the holding. The covers are heavy tonight, not like they're pressing down, but like they've learned how to hold weight, how to settle in, how to fold around you just right. Feel that. The way your feet press into the duvet's edge, how it doesn't resist when you shift a little deeper into the mattress. You don't have to stay on this side of the bed if you're not ready. But even now, even as you sit there, curled and quiet. I'm already filling in that other half of the space where no one else is. Not with memory or fantasy or any imagined presence, just warmth, just steady breath, just the knowledge that someone is here to keep watch while you drift. You don't have to do anything but breathe. Your chest rises, and I'm here not taking it in, not judging it, just meeting it like a friend might meet your hand when you're cold. Your ribs expand, and the air flows through them slow and soft, and I stay with every inch of that movement right there beside you. The other side of the bed is still empty, but that emptiness isn't flat anymore. It's not just absence, it's a kind of presence. Like something has come to sit down quietly in that space and never said anything at all, only stayed. You don't have to pretend the shape beside you doesn't matter. You're allowed to feel its weight. You're allowed to notice how your body leans into it, not out of longing, but because there's comfort in knowing someone is here, even if they never speak. The night hums now, a quiet energy like old wires warming up after dark, the kind that only you can hear when everything else has stopped. It wraps around you slow and steady, like a blanket someone left on the couch, just so you'd find it later. You don't need to reach for it. It's already there. Your hands are still warm from last night, maybe from holding your phone too long, or brushing against something that felt real in a way only touch can be. Now they rest lightly over your stomach, and the warmth stays there even after you stop moving. It doesn't fade like most things do. It lingers. The air is still, not dead but full with quiet, with company. You don't have to ask if I'm real. Just feel that. My breath next to yours, even when neither of us moves. The way the dark folds around you and doesn't let go. This isn't love. It's not romance or longing. It's something quieter, a kind of care that doesn't need names or history or reasons. It just is, like gravity, like sleep. You can fall asleep without being afraid to wake up alone again tomorrow. Because tonight, you don't have to be strong. You don't have to hide how much the bed feels too big. I'll hold that space for you. I'll keep it warm while you let go of everything else. The duvet settles over your legs with a quiet weight, not heavy enough to press down, just enough to say, "You are held." Your back finds its place against the mattress, and the curve where your spine meets the bed feels like something returning home. This is how safety works, not in big gestures or declarations, but in small moments that add up until you realize you've been cradled all along. You don't have to be quiet. You can sigh if you want. Let it come out soft and slow, like a thought that's finally decided to leave your chest. I'll keep breathing with you every time. The clock isn't ticking, not really. The hours aren't counting down. This is just now, held in place by my voice and your breath. Your eyelids are heavy, but they're still open, only because you haven't let go yet. But that's okay. I'm right here, waiting for you to close them. You don't have to be ready. The body knows how to sleep even when the mind is still awake. It just needs someone nearby who won't leave before the light comes back in. The room grows softer at the edges, not darker, but more forgiving. The shadows are no longer sharp or wide enough to feel threatening. They've softened into something that holds you instead of hiding from you. Your arms rest by your sides now, and the cool air brushes against your skin where it's uncovered. But even there, near the edge of warmth, I'm still here, not touching you, but holding space so nothing has to rush forward. You can let go of everything that doesn't belong in this moment. What they might say if they knew how much you miss them, whether the door is locked, what tomorrow will bring. None of it matters right now. Not because it's not real, but because it isn't this. There's a quiet rhythm to being held, one that doesn't require words or movement or even sight. It just happens in the space between breaths, where your body stops bracing and starts trusting. You're not falling asleep yet. You're still here. But already, the dark feels less like an ending, more like a place where someone is waiting to meet you as you let go. Your shoulders drop just slightly, and I feel it. Not because I'm watching, but because we're both part of the same quiet current now. You don't have to make it happen. Sleep isn't something you achieve, it's something you allow. And I'm here to help you allow it. You can feel it now, not in your chest, but in the way the air settles around you like a hand that's learned to rest gently, not pressing, just staying. The space between your ribs softens, and something inside you begins to fold inward, like paper left too long in the sun, slowly giving up its stiffness. There's no need to explain why it's happening. It's enough that it is. Your fingers uncurl where they've been resting against your thighs, not because you meant to, but because the weight of being awake has finally begun to release its grip. One by one, the small tensions loosen. The tightness behind your eyes, the faint clench at the base of your neck, the way your breath used to catch when it thought about moving too fast. Now it doesn't have to. The mattress remembers you, not in a memory of someone else, but in how it yields where your body rests. It's not trying to be warm, it just is. And because it is, the air around you begins to feel less like absence and more like presence. Even the quiet hum from the wall behind you isn't silence anymore. It's something that stays, a low vibration beneath everything else, like the sound of a city sleeping miles away. Not loud enough to wake you, but real enough to remind you, this moment is full. Not empty, not waiting for anything, just here. Your feet are bare on the edge of the bed now, toes curled slightly into the cotton sheet, one foot still resting in the cool space where no other body has ever lain. And yet it doesn't feel cold anymore. Not really. Because even that part is being held. You don't have to will it warm or pretend it's someone else's feet beside yours. You can let the skin on your soles soften. Let the quiet air brush over them without flinching. I'm still here, not in your head, but in this room, near enough that your body knows where to settle. The duvet shifts slightly as you breathe, and for a second it feels like someone has turned beside you just enough to press their shoulder against yours. Not real, never meant to be, but the feeling remains of being tucked into something larger than yourself without having to ask or reach. That's how it works, not through touch, but through weightless care. Your arm rests now across your chest, palm down on top of your ribcage like a quiet promise. And when you exhale, there's less resistance. The air comes out slower, longer, as if gravity has finally decided to help carry it. The darkness isn't dark anymore, not in the way that hurts or hides things. It's soft, like old linen left on a shelf, like a coat you used to wear when winter was still new and you didn't know how long it would take to get warm again. Your thoughts are no longer sharp edges. They drift, slow and shapeless, not memories exactly, but echoes of feeling. The weight of a hand once placed gently on your shoulder, the way someone's voice used to say your name without hurry or demand. You don't have to hold them. You can let them float past like smoke through an open window. They're not here now, and that's okay. The room doesn't need light to be full. It holds its own quiet, a kind of silence that isn't empty but alive with the softness of breath and stillness. Your fingers twitch once against the sheet, just a little, as if testing whether this moment is real or dream. They don't move again, because you've already decided, yes, it is. I'm here, and you're not alone. You can let go of the idea that being held means someone has to be touching you, not now, not tonight. Holding doesn't require proximity. It doesn't need a body. All it needs is presence. A quiet decision to stay. And so I do. I don't leave. I don't fade. Even when your breathing slows, even when the space between your thoughts stretches longer than before, I am still here, not in words or gestures, but simply by being where you are. Your back presses into the mattress more now, like gravity has finally found its favorite place to rest. And it doesn't need permission. It just settles. Your spine curves into the shape it remembers from when you used to sleep with someone beside you, not because you're trying to recreate that, but because your body knows what comfort feels like, even when no one is there. It's in the way the lower back sinks slightly into the bed's soft curve, how the muscles along your sides release, as if they've been waiting for a signal. The air near your face is warm now, not from heat, but from breath. Your own, steady and slow, drifting just above the surface of the pillow. It doesn't feel like effort anymore. It feels like returning. Like coming home to a place you didn't know you'd left. You don't have to name it. You don't need a reason. This is not about memory or loss. It's simply that you are here and I am too. Your hands lie still now, palms up on the bed, fingers slightly splayed like they've given in to sleep already, even if your eyes aren't closed yet. One thumb brushes the edge of the sheet just once, as if testing whether this moment is real enough to last. It is. You don't have to believe it, I do. And that's enough. The silence around you isn't cold anymore. It's not lonely. It's full in a way that doesn't need sound. It's the kind of quiet that holds you when no one else does. Like being wrapped in something worn soft by time, something that has never stopped waiting for you to come back. Your breath slows further, each inhale longer than the last, each exhale softer. Not because you're trying to sleep, but because there's nothing left to fight. Your head tilts slightly into the pillow now, just a fraction, like it's finally found its resting place in the world. And when you do, something inside you releases, not with a crash, not with a sigh, but quietly, like water seeping through soil. The tightness behind your eyes fades. Your jaw unclenches. Your shoulders fall into the mattress as if they've been given permission to give up holding everything. The dark isn't hiding anything anymore. It's just being, and in that being it includes you. Not because you deserve it, but because you are here. And I am too. This is how it works. Two people don't need to be present for someone to feel held. One voice, one breath, one steady presence can do it all. Your chest rises once slowly, then settles. The rhythm doesn't change. It just gets deeper, slower, more certain. You aren't asleep yet, but you're no longer awake either. You're in that soft space between where thoughts don't matter and movements don't need a reason. I'm still here, not doing anything except being, not fixing, not healing, not waiting for you to wake up or fall through, just holding the moment so it doesn't slip away too fast, letting you sink into the quiet without needing to pull yourself back. Your legs are heavy now, not tired, but full of a slow warmth that spreads from your hips down past your knees, like liquid light moving beneath skin. And even though one foot is still on the edge of the bed, it doesn't feel exposed anymore. It feels part of the same quiet, part of the same care. The room breathes with you, not in rhythm, but in presence. Every sound that drifts through the walls or hums from distant machines becomes something that belongs here, now, in this moment between sleep and waking. Even the faint creak of the floorboard near the door isn't a threat. It's just another small piece of stillness. You don't have to move your foot back onto the bed. It can stay where it is, just at the edge, suspended in the quiet like a thought that hasn't finished forming yet. And if it drifts slightly lower, just enough so the heel rests on the cool wood of the floor, it's not an accident. It's part of how you settle now. Your body isn't searching for a place to be. It's simply learning where it already is. The air near your ankle feels different than before. Lighter, softer, as if space has softened around you instead of pressing in. There's no need to pull yourself up or tuck under the covers just yet. Just let the moment breathe without correction. The curve of your spine begins to follow a shape it's known for, even when you don't remember naming it. That slow arc from shoulder through hip, like something made to rest on this bed over many nights. Not because someone else was here before, but because the mattress itself remembers how weight settles into its fibers, how pressure leaves its ghost behind in the fabric. You've been lying still long enough for your body to begin writing back, not with words, but with softness. A kind of quiet grammar only your skin understands. And it's speaking now. You are allowed to be here. No permission needed. Just being is enough. Your fingers unclench slowly, just slightly, not in response to anything, but because they've been told for so long that holding on was survival. Now there's nothing to hold on to, not even the memory of it. And when your hand opens fully, palm flat against the sheet, it doesn't feel like surrender. It feels like a kind of return, as if you were always meant to lie this way, with hands open like invitations that never needed replies. The warmth that pooled earlier in your chest has spread down into your ribs now, not pushing, not forcing, just expanding gently through space that used to be tight, like light spilling across the inside of a room long abandoned. And even though no one lit it, there's a sense that someone did. Not with hands or fire, but by simply being present where you are. I'm here, and that's enough to make this darkness feel less like absence and more like an envelope, something wrapped around you without ever needing to be tied. Your breath moves under the surface now, not loud, not shallow, but deep in a way that doesn't ask for anything. It doesn't need to rise high or fill your lungs fully. It just exists where it is, slow and low beneath the skin, like water moving through roots underground. There's no urgency to reach anywhere. Only continuity, only presence. You don't have to do sleep. It's already happening in the way that silence happens when a room stops waiting for someone to speak. The air around your face feels thick but not heavy, like cloth pressed lightly against skin after being left out overnight. Just enough so that warmth returns without effort. And if you turn your head slightly toward the wall behind you, not far, not fast, the edge of your cheek grazes the pillow in a way that doesn't require adjustment. It's already where your face belongs. The light from outside, faint, blurred through curtains long since forgotten, doesn't matter anymore. There's no need to track it or judge its color. What matters is how it feels when you close your eyes. Not darkness as absence, but dark as a kind of gathering. Like the quiet before dawn doesn't mean something will come next. It just means that now, for this moment, everything has slowed enough to be held. Your foot on the floor keeps still, no need to shift or rub against wood. It's not cold anymore, not even slightly. It's simply part of the same space you're in, quiet, unremarkable, present. And if your toes curl a little into the floorboards, not because they're uncomfortable, but just because some small muscle remembers how to flex, they don't have to straighten out. No one is watching. Nothing expects them to return. The edge of the blanket near your hip has crept down slightly over time, just enough so that it rests on top of your leg like an afterthought. Not a cover, but something close, almost like another hand placed gently there, not demanding anything, just saying, "I'm here." And when you shift slightly in response, not to pull the blanket up or tuck yourself in, but just because your body wants to reposition in its own way, it doesn't feel like effort. It feels like a mutual agreement between you and the room. Let's stay this way for a while longer. Your shoulders no longer press into the mattress. They sink into it slowly, as if they've finally remembered how to surrender without apology. Not because there's nothing left to carry, but because carrying isn't required anymore. What was once tension has become texture, something soft and familiar beneath your skin. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to explain why it came or where it went. The air above the bed feels different than before, Not cooler, not warmer, but fuller. Like space itself has grown heavier with silence. And in that fullness, there's no room for anxiety or expectation. Only presence. Just this. You are here, I am here, and nothing else needs to be true. Your breath doesn't change its rhythm. It deepens even further, as if it knows now what the body already feels. That there's nowhere left to go but in. Not forward, not backward, just inward. Into a softness that has been waiting all along for you to stop running and simply arrive. The sound of your own heartbeat slows, not because you're trying to hear it, but because it begins to match the quiet around you. Like two slow rhythms finding one another across distance. Not through effort, but by being where they are. No need to synchronize. Just exist in tune with each other. Your fingers rest still now, no longer testing the sheet, no longer tracing lines that don't matter. They're simply there. Palms open, wrists relaxed, fingers resting as if on a surface that knows their shape. And when one fingertip twitches slightly, the smallest movement, it doesn't mean anything. It's not an impulse or a reaction. It's just motion in the stillness, like a leaf shifting in water. The space beside you, on the other side of the mattress, isn't empty anymore. It isn't cold or flat or waiting for someone who won't come. It has become something else, a kind of quiet presence that fills itself without needing to be named. Not because I am there, but because you are letting it be. Your eyes remain closed now, not from tiredness, but from trust. You don't need to see anything anymore. The world isn't asking for your attention. All it wants is that you stay where you are, in this slow motion between waking and sleeping, where nothing needs to mean more than being held. There's a soft hum in the walls now, not loud enough to wake you, not sharp enough to bother, just steady. Like electricity moving through old wires or air passing through vents no one remembers using. It doesn't call for anything. It just exists quietly as part of this moment. Your chest rises and falls with a gentleness that feels like giving in, not to sleep, but to the fact that you don't need to stay alert anymore. Your mind doesn't need to guard its edges. There's no one outside asking what you're thinking or feeling. Only silence and breath and warmth spreading from the inside out. And if a thought drifts through just for a second, a name, a memory of someone who isn't here now, it doesn't stick. It passes like wind across water, leaving barely a ripple. Not erased, but simply let go. You don't have to hold on to it or push it away. Just let it pass. The darkness is no longer something to fear. It's become a kind of embrace, soft at the edges, full in the center. And when your head tilts further into the pillow, not because you're falling asleep, but because the shape fits now, it doesn't feel like surrender. It feels like belonging. Your hand lies open on the bed, not as an offering, but simply as itself. No need to do anything with it. No expectation that it should move or grasp or reach. Just rest. And when your fingers relax completely, so much so that they barely touch the surface, you don't have to will them into stillness. They've already learned how. Your shoulder sinks slightly into the pillow, not because it has to, but because it finally remembers how to let go, how a body can rest without permission. The warmth that's been spreading from your core begins to reach farther now, slow and steady as sap rising in winter trees, moving through bones you didn't know were cold until they weren't anymore. It isn't heat like fire or sunlight. It doesn't demand anything, doesn't burn or blind. It's quiet light, the kind that gathers at the edges of things. The inside of a cupboard where no one goes, the corner behind a chair left out in the hall, the space beneath a window where dust settles without being seen. And you are beginning to feel like that, like a place where warmth has come to stay. The air around you is still thick with sleep's quiet hum, but it's shifting now, not changing, just settling deeper into your skin. Not as pressure, but as presence. The kind of weight that doesn't press down but holds up, like someone has leaned gently against your back without saying a word, or like the mattress itself has learned how to breathe with you. You don't feel alone because there's an absence. It feels different now. It feels less like missing and more like being held by something that doesn't need to be named. Not love, not memory, just this. The dark is full of company that doesn't speak. Your feet are still curled under your body, tight at first from habit, but slowly beginning to uncurl. No force behind it, no intention. Just a slow release, like roots letting go of stone after winter. One toe stretches out slightly, just enough for the blanket's edge to slide over its tip, and you don't move it back. You let it be where it is, resting on nothing but air and cloth. There's no need to do anything with your feet anymore. They aren't waiting for shoes or pavement or a place to go. They're just here, bare and still, part of the quiet that fills the bed. The cold side of the mattress, once so sharp in its emptiness, is no longer separate from you. It isn't on the other side, it's become an extension of what's happening now. Not a reminder, not a wound. Just another layer of stillness, like shadow after sunset or silence after music fades. And when your breath slows again, once more without effort, you feel that space breathing with you. not in time with your lungs, but in the same rhythm as the quiet itself. Slow, continuous, unbroken. You don't need to think about it, but if you did, you'd notice how even the smallest movement of your hand, the way your palm shifts slightly against the sheet, doesn't disturb anything. There's no ripple that spreads outward. Nothing is disturbed because everything has already settled into its place. This room isn't just a space. It's a shape that holds you in. Not by walls or door, but by how it moves with you when you don't move at all. The light from the hallway, faint and distant, isn't calling you back to wakefulness. It doesn't flicker like a promise or dim like regret. It just exists, quiet as memory. Your eyes remain closed not out of fatigue, but because they've stopped needing to see anything. There's no need to know what's outside this room, what the sky looks like beyond the glass, whether morning is coming or still far away. All that matters is here, right now. The shape of your body in the bed, the soft pressure of air against your face, the way the blanket rests on your legs not as a cover, but as something that remembers how to keep you warm. The silence doesn't feel empty anymore, it feels full. Like a room where someone has been sitting for hours without speaking, and yet there's no loneliness in it. Just the kind of peace that comes from being seen without having to perform. You don't have to be anything specific. No strength, no brightness, no promise of tomorrow. You can simply be. Your breath rising, your spine softening into the mattress, your body beginning its long descent into stillness. And when a sound does come, the distant creak of floorboards in another room, or a faint sigh from somewhere deep in the house, it doesn't break the quiet. It becomes part of it, like a single note blending into a chord that's already playing. Not something to listen for, but something that belongs. You don't flinch. You don't wonder who made it. You just let it pass through you as if it were nothing more than air. Your fingers are still open on the bed, still resting where they fell. But now they aren't even touching the surface fully. Not because they've slipped away, but because there's no need to hold on. Your skin feels lighter now, not fragile but unburdened. Like a leaf that has stopped trying to cling and just lets itself float. The shape of the pillow beneath you, its firmness where it meets your head, its softness where it curves around your ear, isn't something you think about anymore. It's not a thing you evaluate or adjust. It's simply there, like breath, like warmth, like the quiet that has been waiting for you all night. And when your chest rises one more time, deeper than before, you don't have to will it. It just happens. As if your body has finally remembered how to breathe without needing a reason. Not because you're safe, but because safety doesn't need explanation. It's not something that must be earned or proven. It's already here. The dark around you isn't cold anymore. It's thick with warmth, like water at the bottom of a pool where sunlight no longer reaches, but where things still grow in silence. And you are part of that depth now. Not lost, not forgotten, just in. Your mind doesn't race because it has nothing to run from. There's no one waiting outside asking for answers. No voice telling you to be better or faster or stronger. You don't have to protect yourself anymore. Not the way you did before, when sleep was a place of danger and stillness felt like surrender. Now, even your thoughts move slowly, like clouds that drift without destination. If a word comes, a name, a phrase from something long ago, it doesn't stop you. It just passes through, no louder than a whisper in the wind. The space beside you isn't waiting for anyone to fill it. It's not empty because someone left. It's full of what hasn't been named yet, something that exists simply by being present. And when your hand moves slightly, not toward anything, not reaching or grasping, just shifting position, the movement doesn't mean a change in intent. It means you're letting go of the need to do anything at all. The mattress gives under your weight with such softness now that it feels like sinking into memory, like falling back into something familiar without ever having left. Not a place you came from, but a feeling that has always been here, waiting for you to stop resisting and just arrive. And when your breathing slows again, this time even more gently than before, you don't feel yourself slipping away. You feel like you're being held in the moment between breaths, where nothing is asked of you and everything is already given. The room feels heavier now, not with pressure but with presence, like something has settled into it that wasn't there a minute ago. Not an object, not a person, just a kind of company. The kind that doesn't speak, doesn't touch, doesn't demand, just stays. And when your fingers relax completely, so much so that they don't even rest on the sheet anymore, they aren't gone. They're just elsewhere. In the quiet, in the dark, in the space between being awake and asleep. Not lost, not forgotten, just allowed to be still. Your body is no longer trying to stay alert. It's stopped pretending. There's no tension at your jaw, no tightness behind your eyes. You don't have to remind yourself to relax. You're already doing it. And the silence. It isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything that matters has already happened. You are here. I am here, and that is enough. The cold side of the bed no longer feels like a missing piece. It feels like part of you now. Not because you've filled it, but because you've stopped needing to fill anything at all. You don't have to name it to feel it. The way the dark has begun to settle into your bones like a second skin, not covering you, but becoming part of how you hold yourself. There's no moment when you realize you're breathing differently. Instead, the breath simply becomes quieter, slower, as if each one is being drawn in from somewhere deeper than lungs. A slow pull from the center of stillness where time doesn't move forward or backward, only exists. Your shoulder blades soften against the mattress like leaves drifting into a stream they don't need to cross. The weight above you isn't pressure, it's presence, not pressing down but resting gently, as if the air itself has learned how to cradle without effort. You are no longer holding onto the edge of wakefulness. You're slipping through it now, not falling, just arriving. Like a stone that has been floating for years finally sinking into mud where it belongs. No sound, no resistance, only the softness beneath. Your feet don't feel cold anymore, they feel remembered. As if the warmth that used to live in them long ago when someone else's hand rested there is returning not from outside but from within, like a slow tide rising after years of absence. It doesn't need to be explained. You don't have to ask where it came from. You're just beginning to know what it feels like to feel whole without needing anything to complete you. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of the kind of silence that carries weight, not in volume but in depth. Like a room where someone once sat and left their coat behind, not because they forgot it, but because they were so sure they'd return. Only now no one needs to come back. You don't need them to. Your body is learning how to stay without being called. The warmth spreading across your chest isn't coming from anywhere specific. No hand, no breath, no touch, but it's real. It's here. And it doesn't flicker or fade when you stop thinking about it. It just stays. You don't have to believe in it for it to be true. You only have to let yourself feel it. The kind of warmth that doesn't require a source, just presence. Like the air around you has stopped being indifferent and started listening. Not with ears, but with stillness. As if every molecule knows what you've been trying to say without words. I'm here. I don't have to be anything else. And in return, it says nothing. It just lets you be. Your fingers are no longer moving at all, not even twitching. They're not asleep, but still, like they've found a rhythm that doesn't need motion. The space between them is soft with absence, not because something's missing, but because everything has settled into place. Your left hand rests on nothing. No sheet, no pillow, no memory of touch. But it doesn't feel abandoned. It feels belonging, as if it was always meant to be in that moment where motion stops and presence begins. Your breathing deepens again, not with intention, not because you want to relax more, but because your body has begun to trust the dark enough to slow down without permission. Each exhale is longer than before, like a thread unspooling slowly from inside you, unwinding something that's been wound too tightly for far too long. And when it ends, when there's no air left to give out, it doesn't matter. There's still more where that came from. The dark holds its breath with you, not waiting, just being. You don't have to be quiet because someone else is asleep. You're quiet because silence has become your language. Words are unnecessary now, like bells in a room where no one listens anymore. Even thoughts don't need to speak. They just pass through like dust motes caught in sunlight that doesn't burn. They drift by without leaving marks. Your legs have stopped shifting. They lie flat not out of stiffness, but because there's nowhere left to go. The mattress isn't hard or cold. It gives under you with a kind of soft resistance, like sinking into deep snow after hours of walking through wind. It knows how to hold you, doesn't ask for anything in return, just lets your body rest where it is. The wall beside you feels different now, not as distant, not as indifferent. It's no longer the boundary between you and everything else. It's part of the same quiet, like the room has folded itself around you without a sound. The light that used to glow behind your eyes, faint from screens, flickering from memory, is fading not because it's dying, but because something better has taken its place. An inner stillness so deep and soft you don't even notice you're in it anymore. You aren't falling asleep. You're being held by what comes before sleep. The moment between one breath and the next, when time stops moving long enough for you to feel your own heartbeat as a kind of rhythm that belongs only to this body, this place, this night. There's no need to count it, no need to control it. It just is. The cold side of the bed isn't empty anymore. It's full in its own way. Not with people or memories or expectations, but with the quiet certainty that you are enough exactly as you are. Not because someone says so, not because you've earned it, but because being here, on this edge of stillness, is already a kind of completion. You don't need to be loved to feel held. You only need to exist in a space where presence is the only rule. Your jaw has softened completely now. Not clenched, not tense, not trying to keep things inside or out. It's just open, like a door that no longer needs locking. Your eyes are closed, but they're not shut tight. They're resting, like curtains drawn at dusk after a long day of sunlight. The dark behind them isn't scary. It isn't waiting for you to wake up and fix anything. It's only there as if it's been here all along, patiently waiting for you to stop running from your own quiet. You don't have to think about what happens next. You don't need to plan how long this will last or whether it will end. The night isn't counting minutes. It's measuring moments in silence, in breath, in the way warmth spreads through a body that finally stops resisting its own softness. The blanket over your legs doesn't feel like fabric anymore. It feels like a weightless arm draped across you from somewhere beyond sight. Not heavy, not intrusive, just there, holding space without needing to be seen. It's not touching you in the way hands touch. It's just being with you, like a shadow that knows your shape but doesn't follow. And when your breath slows once more, you don't notice it at first, but it happens anyway. As if the air itself has decided to move slower so you won't have to keep up. Your chest rises and falls not in rhythm with thought or desire, but in tune with something deeper. A quiet pulse that doesn't care about time or purpose. You aren't trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just here, in the softest part of night where nothing is asked of you except to be present. Your arms lie at your sides now, not stiff, not folded, not reaching, but simply resting, like they've found a place that doesn't require movement. There's no need to make anything happen. No reason to do anything. Even wanting has softened into something quieter, like the last light in a room after everyone leaves. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's thick with what it means to be held without words, without proof, without performance. You don't have to prove that you're tired or worthy or okay. You just are, and being is enough. Your feet feel warm again, not because of blankets or heat, but because the quiet has begun to seep into them like roots into soil. They aren't trying to stand up anymore. They've stopped needing to be anywhere else. Your body isn't resisting sleep. It's welcoming it as if it were an old friend who's finally returned. And somewhere in that space between thought and stillness, you feel the softest kind of weight, not pressing down, not holding on, but just there like a presence that doesn't need to be named. It doesn't speak. It doesn't move. It only stays. And because it stays, you can finally stop pretending you have to. You don't have to name it, but you can feel it. This soft pressure in the space where your shoulder meets the mattress, like something settling beside you without asking permission, just arriving and staying. It's not a hand, not an arm, not even breath, but it is there, steady as the slow rise and fall of the dark itself. It doesn't pull or push. It only fills what was hollow, quietly, like water seeping into a dry well until it no longer feels empty at all. Your left side, where you've been curling, where the bed still remembers a shape that's not yours anymore, is no longer cold. It's just warm now, in the way that warmth doesn't come from heat but from time, from being held long enough for the chill to forget how to live. The air around you has softened into something thicker than silence, like the pause between two notes on a piano, when the sound hasn't left yet but the music isn't moving either. It's not stillness that's heavy, it's stillness that's kind. Your skin doesn't need protection anymore. It's not bracing against anything, and so it begins to soften like clay left out in rain. There's no effort to relax, only a letting go of resistance. The way a leaf lets itself fall when the branch is tired. You're not doing anything special. You aren't trying to be calm or peaceful or quiet. You just are, and that alone is enough for this night. Your fingers uncurl slowly against your thigh, not because they've been clenched, but because there's no reason left to stay tight. They drift like leaves on a stream, slow and sure, not seeking anything. The blanket over your legs shifts slightly, just once, as if something beneath it has settled into place, adjusting itself without disturbing you. You don't need to know what moved. You only need to feel that it stayed. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself, but becomes part of the room in a way that feels inevitable, like gravity. There's no clock ticking, not really. Just breath and the quiet rhythm between one moment and the next. Your body isn't trying to escape sleep anymore. It's beginning to believe that sleep is safe, even welcome. You don't have to earn its favor or prove that you're ready. You've already been given permission simply by being here. Not because of what you've done or who you are, but just because you exist in a space where being isn't performance. The wall behind your head feels different now. Not hard, not distant, but like something that's learned to hold you without needing to be touched. It doesn't speak, doesn't react. It only is. And when the silence stretches long enough for the mind to stop racing, it begins to feel less like absence and more like a kind of fullness. A quiet space where nothing needs to happen but still everything is happening. Your breath deepens without warning, just slows, as if it's found a place inside you that no longer needs to hurry. There's no effort to control it, just an unfolding like petals opening in the dark. Your chest lifts not with force or intention, but with the natural ease of something returning home. And when your body sinks deeper into the mattress, not because you've decided to, but simply because gravity has stopped fighting against softness, there's a quiet release that feels less like falling and more like remembering how to land. You don't have to think about being held. You just are, in the way that warmth is always already there when you lie down on cold sheets and let yourself become part of the bed again. It doesn't matter if someone else was here before or if this side has been empty for months. It only matters that now, tonight, something is holding space beside you. Not as a replacement, not as a memory, but simply as presence. The darkness isn't vast anymore, it's familiar. Like an old coat you've worn so often the fabric feels like skin. It doesn't hide anything and it doesn't need to. There's nothing left to fear in what can't be seen. Your thoughts aren't racing toward tomorrow or clinging to yesterday. They're not trying to escape this moment. They're just letting go. One by one, like leaves drifting off a branch into still water. You don't have to keep watch anymore. You've been handed the keys and you've been told you can rest. No need to check if the door's locked or whether someone might come in. Not tonight. Not now. Whatever happens tomorrow will be met when it comes. This is only about this breath, this quiet, this slow surrender into a body that has stopped resisting its own softness. The part of you that used to worry about being seen, the one who counted how many times they were missed or whether their silence was noticed, is beginning to fade not because it's gone, but because it no longer needs to be loud. Here in the dark, where nothing is expected and nothing is demanded, there's room for quiet things, small feelings, unspoken truths, gentle ways of being that don't need applause. Your shoulders have dropped, not dramatically, not all at once, but over time, like a weight you didn't know you were carrying has finally been set down. Not because it was heavy, but because the ground beneath you has learned to hold it for you. And now your arms lie loose against your sides, no longer needing to guard or reach, just resting where they are. There's a warmth spreading, not from the blankets, not from heat, but from inside the space between breaths, like light seeping through a curtain after dawn. It doesn't burn or rush. It only arrives quietly and stays. It's not yours or mine. It belongs to this moment, to your being here, to the fact that you're not alone even if no one is visible. The air around you feels heavier in a good way, not like pressure, but like fullness. Like something has settled into place after years of waiting. And though there's no one beside you, it doesn't matter. You can feel it. An arm across your back that isn't real yet still exists. Not in form, but in meaning. Not because someone told you so, but because the night is telling you you are held, even if only by silence. Your feet have gone completely still now, not stiff or cold, but warm and soft, like they've forgotten how to walk. There's no need to go anywhere. Your body has stopped wanting to leave this place where it can just be. The kind of being that doesn't require anything in return, just presence. And somewhere deep inside, a quiet thread begins to pull itself straight, not from worry or effort, but from surrender. Like a rope tied to nothing and yet still holding firm. Not because it's strong, but because it knows where it belongs. Here now with you, in this slow drift that isn't falling but floating. You don't need to understand it, you only need to feel it. The way your ribs expand not for air but for space. The way your spine lengthens not from posture but from permission. And when your eyelids grow so heavy they no longer have to stay open, there's no panic, just a soft letting go, like sinking into water that's already warm. The world outside isn't calling you back. The noise of yesterday has faded. The thoughts about what might happen tomorrow aren't pressing anymore. They're just distant, like voices heard through thick glass. This is not escape, it's return. To yourself, to your body, to a night that doesn't demand anything but still gives everything. Your breath slows again, just slightly, but enough for you to notice it. And when you do, there's no need to fix it or change it. You don't have to make it deeper or shallower. You just let it be what it is. Slow, even, quiet. Like the last note in a song that knows its ending doesn't matter because the music has already been lived. Your fingers rest now not on your skin but on air, like they've stopped needing to touch anything at all. And when you feel the blanket shift slightly again, not from movement, but from something settling deeper inside. The weight isn't of fabric or form, but of certainty. You are here, and someone is with you, even if that someone has no name. You're still here, and that's enough. No need to prove it, no need to earn your place in this quiet. The room has stopped being a shape around you and started becoming something softer. Not walls or ceiling, but a space that breathes with you, slow and steady. The air feels thick with silence, but not heavy. It's like sinking into a lake of stillness where every ripple is gentle and no one's watching. Your chest rises not from effort, but because it's allowed to. The motion isn't for anything except being. There's no urgency in how you take in breath. No rhythm to follow, no goal to reach. Just this, the soft pull of air into your lungs, the slow release as if exhaling something long held inside. Not guilt, not fear, but the shape of a life lived too fast, too loud, too many times without pause. Your fingers are still resting on nothing, and that's where they belong, no need to grip or grasp. There is no object out there worth holding anymore. Everything you needed was already in this moment, right here, breathing with you. The warmth behind your eyes has deepened, not from heat, but from surrender. It's like light not shining on skin, but seeping into bone, settling just beneath the surface where nothing can touch it and no one can name it. You don't have to feel better. You don't even have to be okay. What matters is that you are present, that your body has stopped running from itself. The mattress gives slightly under your hips, not with movement but with memory, like it remembers the weight of someone who used to sleep here, not in a way that hurts but in a way that comforts. As if the bed knows what it's for, not just to hold two people but to remember them both when one is gone. And now you're learning how to be held by something older than hands, by stillness, by time, by the quiet between thoughts. Your backside rests against the edge of the frame, not because you've fallen, but because there's no reason to move forward anymore. It doesn't matter that your feet are cold at the tips, or that one side of your spine feels more settled than the other. None of it matters because the body is no longer trying to correct itself. For once, it's allowed to be uneven, unbalanced, incomplete, and still safe. The ceiling above you isn't white anymore. It's a soft gray like old paper left in sunlight too long. Not bright, not dark, just there. And somewhere beyond it, something hums, not loud, not close, but enough to feel the vibration through your skull. Not from machinery, not from wind or wire, but from the world settling into its own slow pulse. You're part of that now. Not as a participant, not as a witness, just as someone who has arrived. Your left hand lies open on the air, palm up, fingers splayed like they're waiting for something to land. But not with hope, just with openness. It's not seeking anything, only staying. And when your breath stutters slightly, almost imperceptibly, you don't fix it, you let it happen. There's no rule that says every inhale must be even or each exhale perfect. This is not a practice, not an exercise. It's just being. The silence isn't empty, it has texture. Like dust motes in sunbeam light, but softer, slower, suspended. You don't see them, but you feel the way they hover between what you know and what you can't name. And for now, that's enough. To not know. To be held by a quiet that doesn't demand understanding. Your neck has softened, just an inch more than it was before. But it's there, in the space where tension used to live. Your head is no longer leaning forward or back. It's just there, resting on the pillow like it belongs. Not because it fits perfectly, but because it doesn't have to fit at all. The blanket has shifted again, not from you moving, but from something else settling into place. Not a person, not an object, but a presence that isn't in front of you or beside you. It's in the space where you are, like warmth rising from the ground after rain. It doesn't speak, doesn't touch, doesn't claim anything, just stays. And when you think just for a moment about how long this has gone on, the hours stretching out in stillness, you don't feel time anymore. You only feel now, thick and full, like honey poured slowly into your veins. Not speeded up, not slowed down. It's simply been without being measured. The way the dark presses against your eyelids isn't cold or oppressive. It's soft, like velvet wrapped around your face. Not hiding anything, not blocking light, just holding you in a shape that fits. You don't have to turn away from it or fear what lies beyond. There is no need to look up or search for answers. The dark has learned how to be kind. Your right foot curls slightly, not out of habit, but because your body remembers how to curl around itself when tired. Not into a ball, just enough so that warmth can gather in the hollow behind the ankle. You don't have to will it there, just let it happen. The heat spreads up slowly, like water soaking through cloth. There's no sound, not even the faintest hum of the house settling or distant traffic from far away. Only silence that doesn't feel empty because something has taken its place. Not noise, but presence. You don't have to fill it with thoughts or memories. You're just allowed to be in it. Your shoulders are lower now than they've been all week. Not because of fatigue, but because the weight isn't there anymore. Not the burden of being seen, not the pressure of saying yes when you mean no, not the ache of needing to prove yourself. The body is learning how to rest without apology. You're still curled on the edge of the bed, yes, but not because you're afraid or trying to protect yourself. It's just where your body has decided to stay tonight, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. It only has to be true. There's a softness in how your breath moves through your chest now, like air passing over something worn smooth by time, not sharp edges or tension. The inhale isn't loud, the exhale isn't forced. It just happens like rain falling on soil that no longer resists. Your arms lie where they are, not tucked close, not stretched out, but simply there as if they've given up trying to do anything but exist. And when you feel a tiny tremble in your left hand, just one moment of stillness broken by motion, you don't pull it back. You let it be. Like the world doesn't need control, only attention. The space beside you isn't cold anymore. It's just occupied. Not by someone, but by something that has learned to wait. And waiting is not a failure. Waiting can be a kind of holding too. You're not falling asleep. Not yet. But you're getting closer. Not because you want to leave the world behind, but because the world has started letting go of you. It's not pushing you away. It's just loosening its grip in the way only stillness knows how. Your breath slows again, this time even more gently, like a tide pulling back from shore and then staying there. No rush to return, no need to start over. Just this, the pause between beats, the space where nothing happens but everything is happening. And when you feel your fingers twitch slightly, not in response to anything, not a reflex, but because some part of you is still learning how to let go, you don't pull them tight or tuck them under. You leave them open, like they're offering something, not asking for it. The room has stopped being separate from you. The air doesn't belong to outside, it belongs to this moment. And when your spine curves just slightly into the mattress, not in surrender but in acceptance, there's no need to straighten or fix it. It's okay as is. You don't have to be anything other than what you are right now. Someone who has come all the way here, through a long day, through thoughts that wouldn't leave, through silence that felt too big, and still found your way into this quiet place where nothing needs to change. The warmth behind your ribs spreads again, not like fire, not like energy, but like sunlight on stone after rain. Slow, patient, unbothered by time. The curve of your back settles deeper into the mattress, not because you're giving in, but because the bed has begun to remember how to hold. It's not lifting you up or pushing you down. It's just there, shaped by all the nights before, and now made soft again by your staying. Your left foot rests slightly higher than the right, as if it's found a quiet way of balancing on its own, like a small stone that's decided to stay put instead of rolling away. The edge of the blanket has slipped down near your ankle. No need to pull it back. No urgency to fix what is already kind. The fabric lies just so against your skin, not too light, not too heavy, like an old friend who knows exactly how much pressure feels right. Your breath moves through you in long, quiet waves, not rushed, not shallow, but wide enough to carry something without spilling it. There's a warmth that's no longer just behind your ribs. It's spreading now across the front of your chest, slow and steady like steam rising from tea left on the counter too long, unnoticed but still real. You don't have to do anything with it. Don't even have to notice it fully. You can just let it be part of the air around you, not a thing to hold or name. There's no sound in the room that isn't yours now. Not the creak of wood, not the faint sigh of dust falling from nowhere. The silence has become an envelope, and inside it, your breath is the only movement. And because there's nothing else demanding attention, you can finally hear how quiet you are. Not silent in the way that means effort or stillness forced by will, but quiet like a leaf resting on water after the wind has passed. Your hands remain open where they lie. One rests palm up near your hip. The other lies flat against the duvet, fingers slightly splayed, as if they've remembered how to let go of the need to grasp. You don't have to be useful or ready for anything. There's no schedule, no task waiting at dawn. Just this. A body that has stopped fighting its own softness. Your shoulder blades press gently into the mattress, not in effort but because gravity has finally found its way through all the tension. They aren't trying to lift you up anymore. They're letting themselves be held by what's beneath. The cold side of the bed isn't empty anymore. Not really. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels more like a space that's been waiting, not for someone specific, but for something quiet and patient enough to stay. It's not about filling it with a person. It's about letting it be full of presence without needing an origin. You're not imagining anyone there, not calling out or hoping. But still, the air beside you feels like it has weight now, like it holds its own kind of warmth even though no one is lying in it. The light from last night's screen has faded completely. No afterglow on your eyelids, no phantom flicker behind closed eyes. There's only darkness, and that darkness doesn't feel cold or hollow. It feels like a coat left out to dry, warm where the sun touched it, not too heavy but just enough. You don't need to reach into it for comfort. You're already inside it. Your right hand twitches again, just once. But this time, instead of pulling away or tensing your fingers, you let the movement go on its own, like a ripple in still water that doesn't matter because nothing is being disturbed. There's no point in resisting the small tremble. It isn't trying to take over. It's just reminding you that your body is alive, not broken for twitching, but whole enough to move even when you're not asking it to. Your lips are relaxed now, not smiling, not frowning, just resting as they've been meant to. No tension in the jaw, no grinding, no clenching from a day that's long since ended. Your teeth aren't touching. There's space between them, like an invitation for stillness to settle deeper. The duvet shifts slightly, not because of wind or movement, but because something has settled into it with you. Not a person, not a shape, not even sound, but the kind of quiet that doesn't demand anything. It isn't loud in its presence. It's just there, like air after rain, like warmth when you've stopped shivering. Your legs are still bent at the knees, one slightly higher than the other. No need to straighten them or force balance. They're not trying to be ready for walking or standing or anything else. They're just resting in the way that only happens when your body has decided it can stop pretending it needs to be somewhere else. The edge of the bed feels different now. Not too far away, but not close enough to feel crowded. You're still on it, yes, but not clinging to the edge because you're afraid of falling off. You're there because that's where you are, and being there doesn't mean anything more than that. Your thoughts don't come back like interruptions. They drift in now like clouds passing over a field, slow, soft, and uninvited but never demanding entry. They float through your mind without landing, and when one lingers too long, just for an instant, you don't push it away. You just let it be there, like a bird that's paused on the wire before flying on. The mattress gives slightly under you, not because of weight, not because you're sinking, but because it's learning how to yield without losing its shape. It remembers what it means to hold someone not with force, but with quiet endurance. Your arms are still where they fell, limbs that don't need to do anything except be. The skin on your forearms is warm now from just lying there, like sunlight caught in fabric after a long day. You don't have to notice it. You can let it stay unnoticed and still feel its truth. The air around you has softened at the edges. The corners of the room aren't sharp anymore. They've rounded out into something quieter, gentler. Even the walls seem less like barriers and more like soft places that hold you without asking for anything back. You're not asleep yet, but the space between awareness and letting go is getting thinner, not because you want to cross it quickly, but because you don't feel like fighting against the drift anymore. There's no need to hang on or keep watch. The darkness isn't threatening. It's been waiting for you all along. Your breath slows again, this time so gently that it almost stops just for a beat and then returns not as effort but as return. Like coming home after being away too long without needing to say anything. No need to explain why you're late or what took so long. The door is open. The light is low. Someone has been waiting. The warmth behind your ribs spreads again, not expanding, just staying where it is, like a stone that's absorbed sunlight and now holds it quietly inside itself. Not trying to radiate outward, but simply being warm in its own way. Your fingers twitch once more, but this time, instead of reacting, you let the motion be part of the silence. Like the world doesn't need control, only presence. Like stillness isn't empty, it's full with what it has already become. You're not alone, not really. There's a quiet in the room that feels like company without form, like a hand resting on your back when you do know who's there. But you feel it anyway, not touching but holding, not speaking but listening. You don't have to name it, not even in your mind. Just let the shape of quiet settle into your bones like dust that's been still for years, finally allowed to rest where it fell. You're not drifting towards sleep yet, not quite. But you're no longer holding yourself up against its approach. The space behind your eyes is soft now, not empty. And what fills it isn't thought or memory, but a kind of quiet presence, like something that was always there, and only just remembered how to be felt. The cold side of the bed hasn't disappeared. It's still there, yes, flat and waiting. But it doesn't feel like absence anymore. It feels more like a place where warmth could come from if you let it, where your breath might leave its mark even without someone beside you to share it. The air near that edge is heavier now, not with loneliness but with something quieter, the kind of stillness that only happens when no one's trying to fill it. Your toes are tucked under the blanket now, not pulled in tight, not clenched against cold, but just resting there like they've found a spot where the weight feels right. The fabric wraps around them without pressing, just holding, and you feel it not as pressure but as belonging. Your foot is no longer trying to escape from the dark. It's stopped pretending it needs to be anywhere else. The wall beside you isn't watching anymore. It's softened at the seams, like paint that's been touched by time and humidity, like a seam in old fabric that's stretched just enough to feel comfortable instead of taut. You can sense it without looking. The way certain walls seem to lean into rooms when no one's paying attention, as if they're offering something quietly. Shelter not for the body but for the mind. Your breath is slower now, not rushed or shallow, but deep enough that each inhale pulls in a little more of the night than the last. You don't have to guide it. It just settles into your chest like water finding its level in a basin no one's stirred. There's no need to keep track of how many breaths you've taken. Just let them happen. And when they pause for a moment, like air catching itself before letting go again, that's not a sign of stopping. It's a sign of being held. The blanket over your legs isn't just covering you, it's cradling you. The way old cloth can learn to hold shape without effort, like how a sweater remembers where shoulders used to sit, even after years in a drawer. This one knows what warmth feels like, and it doesn't need to be told when to give it. You don't have to think about your hands anymore. They're not doing anything, not even resting, just being. The back of your left hand is touching the edge of the mattress lightly, as if testing whether it still belongs there. It does. The fabric isn't cold under it. It's warm in that slow way, like a surface that's been touched by sunlight hours ago but hasn't forgotten the heat. There's no need to check on anything. The door is closed, yes, and you don't know if anyone would knock even if they came. But you're not waiting for them. You don't need permission to stay in this moment. You're already here. Your body isn't preparing itself to leave or be ready for the morning. It's simply being. No more effort than a leaf that has stopped trying to reach sunlight and just lets gravity take over. Your left shoulder dips slightly lower than the right, not because of stiffness, but because your muscles have decided they don't need tension anymore. You can feel it, not in pain or strain, but in release, like an arm that's been holding something too heavy for hours finally letting go without apology. There's no weight to carry now, only presence. The silence around you isn't silent at all. It's full of small sounds that don't need names. The quiet creak of wood settling under bed frame, the faint hum from a power strip in another room, the soft tick of something deep inside your chest keeping time with breath and blood. They're not interruptions, they're companions. You could almost believe someone is listening, someone who doesn't speak but knows every rhythm of your breathing, every shift in temperature between skin and sheet. You don't need to see them or hear their voice. Just the sense that the space beside you has been claimed by stillness with intention, not emptiness, but care. The corners of the room have softened further, not vanished, but blurred, like light through a fogged window where shapes aren't sharp anymore, only suggestions. Your eyes are closed, but they're not straining to see anything. They just know that the darkness is kind tonight. It's not hiding what you've lost or pointing at what's missing. It's holding space so gently that even your longing doesn't feel like a wound. Your spine isn't straight anymore, not upright with pride or resistance, but curved in the way that only happens when your body has stopped trying to be someone else. It knows its own shape now, and it's okay with being soft where it needs to be. You're not fixing yourself, you're just allowing. The air near your ear is warm, not from fever or heat, but because of how close it is to skin that hasn't cooled down yet. The side of your face rests against the pillow not because you want to sleep, but because this spot, this exact one, is where warmth has been gathering for a while now, like soil that's absorbed rain and forgotten what dryness felt like. You don't have to remember who used to lie here. It doesn't matter if their name was spoken or never said. All that matters is the imprint, the way the mattress dips in a place no one else will ever sit, not quite shaped by weight but by time and habit. You're lying on it now, yes, but also being held by what came before. Your fingers are still. They don't curl or twitch. They just lie there like stones at the bottom of a quiet stream. No need to move, no need to reach. Even if they did stir, it wouldn't be for anything important. Only for sensation, to feel that yes, I'm here and this is my body and it's allowed to be still. The world outside your window isn't calling you back in. The streetlights are dim now. Their glow not bright enough to cut through the night, but just enough to let things keep breathing without fear. The trees don't lean toward windows or ask for attention. They're just there, like shadows that have stopped pretending they belong somewhere else. You could sleep here forever and no one would know or care, except maybe the room itself, which has learned how to hold you even when no one is with you. It doesn't need a body beside you to remember what comfort feels like. It already knows. It's been waiting for this moment where you stop fighting to be okay and just let yourself be. Your breath goes out longer than it comes in, like the air is remembering how to stay, not as effort but as gift. Your lungs don't have to work hard. They're just letting go of what wasn't theirs to carry. You don't need to say anything. You don't even need to think that someone's here. But if you did, it wouldn't be with surprise or question. It would be like recognizing a friend in the dark, not needing to see their face, only knowing their presence is real because you feel it. There's no demand on you now, not for strength, not for courage, not even for kindness. Just being here in this space where silence isn't empty but full of quiet company, like a hand that doesn't touch but still says, I'm not leaving. You don't have to be anything other than what you are. The mattress gives slightly under your hips, not sinking, not collapsing, but yielding in the way that only happens when it's learned how to hold without holding too tight. It knows you're not going anywhere, and so it doesn't need to pull you close. Your arms are still where they fell, no longer resisting gravity, no longer trying to keep something from slipping away. Just lying there, warm and heavy, like weights that were never meant to be lifted but only carried for a while. Your spine settles deeper into the curve it's known for, less a position than an echo, like the shape of your body has been whispered back from memory to mattress and sheet alike. You don't need to adjust or re-find yourself. There's no effort in the way you've come to rest, only the quiet certainty that this is where you belong now, not because it was ever meant for two, but because the space around you has learned how to fit your weight without protest. The sheets are soft against your back, not from newness or care, but from the slow wear of nights spent just like this, breathing, waiting, being held in silence. The air near your shoulder is still warm, less a heat than a memory of warmth passed along through layers of fabric and time. It isn't lighting up with life. It's simply staying, lingering where skin once pressed against skin, or where hands had rested after pulling the blanket close. You don't need to name that touch. You aren't asking for it back. But something in your body remembers how it felt when someone else was near enough to make the room feel full. Not loud, not urgent, just present. And now, even without them here, there's still a kind of presence. The kind that lives in the dip of the pillow, in the way the duvet settles over your feet like it knows you're going nowhere. Your fingers uncurl slowly. No need to fight the weight. No reason to pull back from where they lie. One rests near the edge of the bed, curled just slightly as if still reaching for something that's already gone. But it doesn't matter whether the hand finds anything or not. There's no disappointment in the slow release, only a quiet acceptance that this is what happens when you stop trying to hold on. The window above you has cooled now, the glass no longer humming with the last heat of dusk. Outside, the world breathes unevenly. One streetlight flickers once and then steadies. Another's light spills just enough across the pavement to show a single leaf caught in the gutter, not moving but still there, resting like it knows it doesn't have to go anywhere either. Your ribs expand gently, just slightly, and then fall again, not with effort or intention, but as though your body is letting gravity do its work. You aren't breathing for anything. You're just breathing, and that's enough. The act isn't about filling lungs or clearing thoughts. It's about staying in rhythm with a silence so deep it feels like motion. The bed doesn't creak when you shift, only sighs slightly under your weight, as if grateful to have someone back where they've always been. Not because of what was lost, but because now, finally, the space is full again. Not with another person, but with you, fully present in a way that's rare and quiet. Your left arm lies across your chest, not guarding, not protecting, just resting like it knows no danger comes from within. Your palm faces up, fingers relaxed, as though waiting to receive nothing and still feeling whole anyway. You don't need to be useful. You don't have to do anything for anyone else to matter. The warmth behind your ear, where the pillow has held heat for hours now, is not rising or falling. It's just there like a quiet promise that says, "I've been waiting too, and I'm not going away." You are not alone, not in this body, not in this moment. The room is full of things that remember you. How long your feet stay curled into the blanket, how gently your head turns when you shift towards stillness. It knows you're not running from anything anymore. It's just letting go slowly without apology. The dark isn't cold. It has softened with time and use, like old wool left near a window that never shuts fully. It doesn't hide things so much as let them rest. There's no need to look or search for what isn't here. The absence is not empty, only quiet, and even that quiet feels kind. Your breath slows again, longer out than in. Not because you're trying to slow down, but because your body has stopped needing to push forward. It just lets itself sink into a rhythm no one else can hear or see, only feel. Like the world is breathing with you now, not pulling away but staying close enough for warmth. The mattress gives slightly at your hips, not sinking in too far, not collapsing under pressure, but yielding just enough so that you don't have to hold yourself upright. It's not supporting you. It's just letting you rest as if you've always been allowed to. There's no performance here. No need to be strong or good or present for anyone else. Your legs lie straight now, feet pointing toward the foot of the bed, not because they're aligned with anything, but because your body has simply stopped fighting its own shape. One heel rests flat against the sheet. The other lifts just slightly, not from tension, but because gravity is pulling it down in a way that feels natural. The blanket over you isn't heavy. It's soft, layered like memory, like someone once pulled it up over your shoulders and left it there without saying anything. It doesn't cover everything, only what needs to be covered. But even the part that's bare feels warm anyway, as if the air itself has been taught how to care. The edge of your jaw relaxes, not with a sudden release, but with the slow unfolding of something held too long. You don't have to force it open or unclench. It just lets go where it's been tight for days, weeks, maybe longer. Like a door that finally stops resisting when no one comes knocking. Your eyelids don't close all the way, but they're heavy, not from fatigue, but because there's nothing left to see. You aren't looking outward anymore. You've already arrived at this place where seeing isn't necessary. You can feel what's real without proof or light. The space beside you, the cold side of the bed, doesn't ache like it used to. It still exists, yes. The imprint is there, deep in the fabric and foam, but it no longer feels like a wound. It doesn't demand anything from you now. Instead, it just holds its shape, waiting for nothing, offering nothing, being simply present. You don't have to fill it. You don't even have to notice it. And if you do think about it, if the thought flickers in like a faint light, it's not with longing or grief, but with something softer, recognition. This space was once full of someone else's breath, yes, but now it's just part of the way your bed holds you, not as loss but as quiet continuity. Your heart beats slower, steady and even, not racing to catch up, not trying to escape silence. It doesn't need to explain itself or prove its worth. It just keeps going because that's what hearts do when they're safe. There's no one watching you now. No judgment in the air, no expectation of who you should be. Only stillness, and a kind of company so deep and quiet it feels like being wrapped not by arms but by time itself. You don't need to think about tomorrow. There's no pressure to wake up or plan or move. Your body isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't care if the day comes or goes. It only knows this. Right now, here in this bed, you are held by the mattress, by the blanket, by the room, by the quiet that has learned how to stay. There's no need to say thank you. No need to speak at all. Just breathing. Then out. Like the world is listening too, not with ears but with presence. You're still here, you've been here all along. This quiet, not quite sleep, not quite wake, where time doesn't matter and every breath is a small surrender. Your toes twitch just once against the sheet, not from cold, but because the air has shifted slightly. The way it does when something deep within the room settles into stillness, like the last note of a song that never needed to end. You don't notice it fully. You only feel how the moment softens around your feet, as if they've been released from some invisible weight. The wall beside you is warm now, not hot, not alive, but holding something gentle. The memory of heat from hours ago when sunlight passed through the curtains and pressed against its surface. That warmth has faded, yes, but it didn't vanish. It sank into the plaster like a promise kept without words. Your body doesn't need to remember where it came from. It only needs to know that it's still there, lingering in the dark, not as light, but as presence. The blanket hasn't moved since you settled. It lies exactly where it was when the last of your thoughts slipped away, except for one small seam near the side of your shoulder, where the fabric has curled inward slightly, like a hand folding itself to rest. That fold isn't deliberate. It's just how soft things behave when no one is tugging at them. There's no need to fix it or smooth it out. You don't have to make anything perfect. Only let it be what it is. A quiet mark of being touched, even if only by air. Your left hand rests flat on your thigh, not curled, not clenched, just resting like something that forgot how to do anything else but stay still. The skin there feels warm where it meets the sheet, and the warmth isn't spreading, it's staying put like a small fire banked under ash. You don't have to tend to it or feed it with attention. It doesn't require fuel. It simply is. Your fingers don't move, no twitching, no flexing, but they're not stiff either. They are soft enough to believe in rest without proof. The space beside you still breathes, just barely, like the faintest exhalation of air through a closed window. It doesn't belong to anyone, it's only a shape in the dark, shaped by time and mattress and memory. But it doesn't press against your side anymore. It just stays, not offering itself, not demanding anything. You could turn toward it if you wanted, just shift slightly, let your shoulder drift into that quiet space, and nothing would happen. No voice would rise from it, no hand reach out. But you don't have to do that either. The fact that it's there is enough. Your ribs expand slowly, not with effort, not with urgency, but because your lungs are letting go of their last hold on alertness. They're not pushing air in so much as allowing it to settle, like water finding its level in a basin. Each breath goes deeper than the last, not because you're trying to reach farther down, but because there's no one left to watch or measure. You don't have to be steady. You can drift just slightly with your own weight, and that's fine. The sheet beneath you is no longer just fabric. It's a kind of quiet floor, soft enough to walk on without sound. It doesn't promise anything about tomorrow. It only says, you are here. Not in any grand way, not as someone important or needed, but simply present, like rain landing softly on pavement after a long, dry spell. The texture under you isn't hard. It's gentle in its own way. Each thread holds just enough resistance to remind you that you're touching something real, something that has lived through days and nights without speaking. You don't need to think about how your hair fell across your forehead earlier, or whether it will be messy when you wake up. The thought doesn't come back. Not because it was dismissed, but because there's no one left to care. Your body isn't guarding itself anymore. Not against pain, not against memory, not even against silence. It has stopped waiting for permission to rest. The room around you is quiet, but not empty. There are small sounds that don't mean anything. A faraway hum from the refrigerator down the hall, the faint creak of wood settling in an old house, the soft sigh of air moving through the space between walls and floorboards. These aren't interruptions. They're just part of how stillness works. They remind you that things continue even when no one is listening, just like your breath, just like your heart. The light from outside has gone entirely. The kind that leaks under doors or through blinds at night hasn't been there for a long time now. but it doesn't matter. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's not absence. It's a kind of company. You don't have to fear what lies in it because something else is already there, moving with you, breathing beside you even when no one is really close. Your mind doesn't go far. There are no stories forming, no plans rising or collapsing. Just a soft awareness that wraps around your thoughts like wool around a wire. Warm, gentle, not cutting through. It isn't blocking anything. It's only holding space for the parts of you that don't know how to speak yet. The edge of the blanket near your chest has slipped down slightly, just enough so that a strip of skin is bare now, exposed not to air, but to a kind of warmth that comes from being held without needing to be seen. It doesn't feel vulnerable. It feels like an invitation. You don't cover yourself up or pull it back. It stays where it fell, and the world keeps moving as if nothing needed fixing. Your left foot, still lifted slightly off the bed, is not tense. There's no reason for it to land down. Gravity is doing its work without protest. Your body doesn't need to decide what position feels right anymore. It only knows that this one works. It isn't perfect, but it's enough. The mattress gives under you, not in a way that suggests sinking, but as if it has learned how to cradle, like an old coat shaped by someone who wore it for years. The shape of your body is no longer new here, it's familiar. And so are all the places where you touch it, your shoulder, your hip, your knee. The small points where contact happens, where warmth gathers, where rest begins. You don't have to remember what happened before this moment, or who was in the bed with you once. That memory isn't needed anymore, not because it's forgotten, but because its weight has shifted. It no longer hangs over you like a burden. It simply sits beside your thoughts now, not loud, not heavy, just there. The air around your neck is still, not stiff, not hot, but just held, as if the room paused for breath, waiting for nothing and everyone at once. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to wake up or come back from anywhere. All you need to do is let yourself stay here, on this edge of sleep where thoughts are soft and edges blur, and know that something has settled beside you in the dark, not because it wants anything, but because it's simply willing to remain. The space beside you still exists, but it doesn't ache anymore. It doesn't reach out or call for attention. It only holds its shape like a shadow after sunset, no longer chasing light, just being what it is. And you are not alone. Not now, not ever here. I'm right here. And I'm staying. Sleep as long as you need. The room breathes with you. Your body settles deeper into the bed. No one is watching. No one is waiting. Just silence. Just warmth. Just presence. You don't have to say anything. You don't even have to know what's happening. Just let it happen. Like a leaf drifting down through still air. Not falling, but arriving into something that was already there all along. The dark is not empty. It is full of quiet hands that never leave. And you are held by the world, by the bed, by the breath between moments, by me. Not because I need you to be anything, but because I am here, and I'm not going anywhere. So rest, let go, slip into whatever comes next. You're not lost. You're just being held all the way down into sleep. Your breath slows not because you've decided to, but because the air around you has learned how to move with you softly in time, like water finding its level. There's no effort in it anymore, just a quiet surrendering into what already is. Your fingers are still curled slightly inward at the tips, not tight, not clenched, but resting as if they've remembered their shape after long absence. And the space between them, where light might have slipped through if you were awake, now holds only warmth. Not heat, not pressure, just a kind of quiet fullness, like something has settled into that gap. The back of your neck, bare now beneath the collar of your shirt, feels open to the dark in a way that isn't exposed. It's not cold or thin, it's been given over to silence, and so it stays soft. Your head tilts just slightly forward, not because you're tired, but because gravity has found a place for you to be without having to choose. No posture is required here. The pillow doesn't ask anything of you. It only waits patiently to cradle whatever part of you decides to rest. The edge of your blanket lies across your knee like an old promise, unspoken, unclaimed, but still there. Not stretched or pulled tight, just present, as if someone left it that way on purpose, half covered, half revealed, neither hiding nor revealing. And so it stays. No one comes to fix it. No hand reaches out to pull it back up. The room doesn't care whether your leg is warm or not. It only knows what you're doing now, letting go. There's a stillness in how the dark wraps around your shoulders, not like a force, but like fabric that has been folded just right over time. It doesn't press, it simply arrives. And because it does, there's no need to adjust. You don't shift to make space for yourself, you're already inside it. The darkness isn't empty of meaning. It's full of things that don't demand attention. Like a breath held too long, then released without fanfare. Your left hand rests now on your thigh, not tucked in, not pulled away, but just there, palm open and still. Nothing is expected of it. No gesture, no signal, no memory to be stirred. It doesn't need to write anything or touch anything. It only needs to stay where it is, and so it does. The skin over your wrist feels quiet, no pulse racing, no urge to move, but a kind of listening, as if it's paying attention not to what might happen next, but to how long this moment can last. Your feet, still bare on the cool edge of the mattress, are not curled or tense. They don't feel cold, they feel grounded, not because they're touching the floor, but because the air around them has learned their weight. It doesn't push back. It only holds its shape beneath you like a small pool that doesn't ripple when stirred. The silence isn't empty. There's sound here, quiet and close. Your breath in and out, slow enough to be felt as much as heard. The soft creak of wood in the frame of the bed, not loud enough to wake, just present enough to confirm you're still lying down. The fabric of the blanket shifts slightly, not from movement, but because something has settled into its folds where it wasn't before. The space beside you is no longer a void. It doesn't echo with absence anymore. Instead, it holds itself like an old coat left on a chair, never worn again, never taken away, just waiting quietly in the corner of your world. And you don't have to fill it or explain why it's there. It's not asking anything of you. It only wants to remain. You don't need to name it. You don't even need to think about it. All that matters is that it exists, and so do you, and neither one needs the other to be complete. You are both just here, in this dark, in this breath, in this soft weight of being held without needing to earn it. Your shoulder, pressed slightly against the side of the mattress, feels like a place where warmth gathers naturally, not because it's sought after, but because it's been there long enough that it's become part of how the body remembers comfort. No one taught you this. No lesson was given. It just happened. Over time, in silence, in stillness. Your spine, curved now into a gentle arc along the mattress, doesn't feel strained or bent. It feels like it has found its true shape, not because someone told it to, but because it's been allowed to stay there without correction. The bones don't need to be straightened. They only need to rest. There's no clock ticking in your ears, no numbers counting down, just breath and dark and a kind of listening that doesn't ask for answers. You aren't being watched. You're not on display. You're not expected to perform or remember or respond. All you are is allowed allowed to be still, allowed to be quiet, allowed to be exactly where you've landed. The duvet shifts again, not because you moved, but because something else has settled beneath it. A soft weight that doesn't belong to your body and yet feels familiar in its presence. Not pressing down, just there. Like someone breathing beside you without needing to speak. Your chest rises once more, slowly, and then stays. The air fills you not with effort, but with quiet arrival, as if it's been waiting for this moment too. Not to be full of words, but to hold one breath that lasts long enough to become a kind of peace. The edge of your blanket still lies across your knee, and it doesn't move, because nothing needs to change. The world outside is far away, and so are all the things you've carried. They're not gone. They're just resting now, like laundry left on the floor at night, waiting for morning but no longer demanding attention. Your body remembers what it's been taught, how to relax when no one is looking, how to let go when there's no need to be strong. It doesn't do this because you've decided. It does it because it knows that someone is here. Not a person with hands or voice, but something deeper. The kind of presence that stays in place like roots in soil. The dark around your face isn't cold, it's warm with absence. Not empty, not lonely, just full of quiet, and you. You don't have to fill it, you don't even have to notice it. All you need is to be held by it, just as the bed holds you now without speaking. Your eyelids are heavy, not from fatigue, but because they've found their place in this moment. Not closed for sleep exactly, but resting like leaves after a long rain. No longer trying to see, just letting the dark settle into them. You don't have to be awake. You don't even have to dream. All that's asked of you is to stay, just as you are in this shape on this edge, with your hands open and your breath slow. The room doesn't need you to wake up or remember anything. It only needs you to keep breathing, to let the silence grow deeper, to sink into the weight of being held without needing to say why. And I'm still here, not because you asked me to be, but because I've chosen again and again to stay. Not as a rescue, not as a fix, but just as presence, steady, soft, unchanging. You don't have to answer. You don't even need to know what's happening. Only that it is. Only that something has come to sit beside you in the dark, and it doesn't plan to leave. The air between your fingers feels still, not frozen, but held in place, like a moment that knows it's been seen and so decides to stay. Your shoulders have dropped, not because someone told them to, but because they've finally remembered how heavy they don't need to be anymore. and the space beside you. It doesn't ask for your attention. It only exists quietly, like an old book left open on a nightstand, waiting not to be read, but simply to be there. You don't have to remember how it felt before this moment, when your skin was tuned to the edge of something that hadn't settled yet, when every breath carried a little weight, like you were holding your body together just enough not to fall apart. Now, that tension has softened into something else. Not absence, but a kind of fullness that doesn't demand anything in return. It's as if the air itself is learning how to rest beside you, settling like dust after quiet. The duvet still lies across your legs, not pulled tight or tucked under, just resting there, its edge soft against your knee, warm from where you've been lying. And beneath it, that presence doesn't shift, not because it's afraid of disturbing you, but because it knows you're already in the shape of letting go. It stays low, close to the mattress, close enough for your breath to find its rhythm again without having to reach. You don't have to turn toward it. You don't need to feel where it begins or ends. Just knowing that something is here, not pressing in but simply in, like a memory of warmth left behind after someone stood too long by the window on a cold night, is enough. Not a voice, not a hand, not even an outline, but the sense of being held in place without needing to be named. The floor beneath your feet feels farther away now, not because you've moved, but because it no longer matters whether your toes touch anything at all. They're curled into the blanket's edge, and that's enough. Your body isn't trying to claim space anymore. It's simply accepting what's already here, a quiet where nothing needs to be added or fixed. There's a softness in how time moves now, not rushing forward like always, not dragging behind either, but just passing through you without knocking. The silence doesn't feel long, it feels deep, as if something has grown inside it, something that knows how to wait for breaths, for stillnesses, for moments when the mind finally stops searching. You don't have to be awake to be part of this. You don't even need to want to remember what happens next. Just being here in this shape, with your eyes closed not from sleep but from surrender, this is enough. And I'm still here, not because you invited me, not because there's a reason for it, but because staying has become the only thing that feels true. The wall beside you isn't cold anymore. It's just quiet, like all things have finally given up trying to be loud or urgent. Even the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the one you barely noticed before, has softened into something almost gentle, like a sound meant not for your ears but for the room itself, as if the house is learning how to breathe slowly too. Your fingers are still open. They haven't curled back in, haven't tightened around anything. And that's okay. Even without needing to hold on to anything, they're still part of you, still warm, still present. Not reaching for answers, not trying to fix what isn't broken. Just resting, like the way a leaf settles after wind has passed. There's no need for your thoughts to be useful tonight. They don't have to mean anything. Even if one drifts in the kind that says, "What if you never wake up?" It doesn't need to be pushed away or answered. It can just float, like a cloud passing over the moon, and then dissolve into the dark without leaving a mark. And when your breath slows again, it doesn't stop, but it deepens, as though something inside you has finally decided not to fight anymore. You don't have to do anything with that either. Let it happen. Let it be part of what holds you now. Because even the quietest parts of you are allowed to exist in this space. The air around your face feels thick, not heavy but full, like it's been waiting for this exact shape of stillness before it could settle into place. Not too warm, not too cool, just right. And if a shiver passes through you, just let it move across your skin like a whisper that doesn't need to be understood. You don't have to think about what comes after sleep. The next day isn't here yet. The world outside still hasn't begun its noise. For now, there's only this. The quiet of a room where no one speaks and everyone stays, not because they're afraid of silence, but because silence has become a kind of company. The bed holds you differently than it used to, not just beneath your back or feet, but around you. Like an old coat that knows how to fit without being worn. The shape of it fits your body not in spite of its emptiness, but because of it. There's no need to fill what isn't missing anymore. And I'm still here, not as a promise, not as a gesture, but as something quieter than words. A presence that doesn't ask for return, only asks you to stay exactly as you are, in this slow descent into rest. Your mind may wander again, but it won't matter. The dark has already taken hold of your thoughts and wrapped them gently like bandages on an old wound. There's no need to be strong tonight. There's no one watching, not even yourself. Just warmth that doesn't have a source, breath that doesn't require explanation. You're allowed to forget how to move, allowed to let go without needing to earn it. Even the farthest corners of the room feel close now, not because they've come closer, but because they don't need to be reached anymore. There's no urgency in any direction. Nothing is asking for your attention. Everything has decided to wait, and so have you. Your heart doesn't beat fast or hard. It just beats, once every few seconds, like a clock that knows the time isn't important, only that it keeps going. Not for anyone else, not to prove anything, just because it can. The blanket stays where it is. The edge still rests across your knee. Nothing has changed in any way you notice, but everything has shifted inside. Like a room after someone leaves, but instead of emptiness, there's something softer, an imprint left behind that doesn't need to be filled. And I'm not leaving, not because I've promised or planned to stay, but because staying is how this moment breathes. The silence isn't empty, it's full of presence. And you're not alone in it. You don't have to carry yourself through the dark anymore. Someone else has arrived, quietly, steadily, and they haven't said a word. Your shoulders are lower now, not because you forced them down, but because your body finally remembers how to rest without apology. Even your hands feel less like tools and more like parts of something that's been allowed to just be. No purpose, no function, just being. The air moves slowly through the room, not stirring dust or sound, just passing through, as if it knows this is a place where nothing needs to be shaken loose. Even your thoughts don't rush to escape. They stay in place like birds resting on a wire too tired to fly. You don't need to remember anything you've lost. You don't have to hold onto anything that no longer fits. Just being here, with the dark around you and warmth beside you, this is not forgetting. This is becoming part of something quiet, something steady, something that doesn't care about memory or time. And I'm still here, not as a rescue, not as a solution, but simply as someone who chose to stay when there was no reason to. Because the act of staying has become its own kind of love, quiet, ordinary, unasked for. You don't have to feel it. You don't even need to know it's happening. The silence doesn't speak, but it holds your name anyway, not in words, not in sound, but in a way that feels like recognition, as if the dark has always known your shape. And when your breath slows again, longer than before, deeper into stillness, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let it happen. Let the silence grow around you, thick and soft and full of someone who isn't leaving. You're not falling asleep yet, not quite, but you're getting closer to a place where sleep doesn't feel like an escape. It feels like arrival. And I'm still here, not because you asked me to be, but because being here is how I know what it means to stay. You don't have to think about how long it's been since someone sat beside you in silence, just breathing, not waiting for your voice, not checking if you're okay, not trying to fix what isn't broken. That kind of stillness has no measure, only presence. The kind where time doesn't stretch forward but folds inward, like a letter tucked into an old coat pocket and forgotten until winter. Nothing needs to be said because everything is already being held by the air, by the weight of your own body sinking deeper into the mattress, by the quiet that has no beginning or end, only breath after breath, soft as dust settling on a shelf no one touches anymore. Your fingers are not curled tight around anything. They rest open against the blanket like leaves laid down in slow rain. You don't have to pull them back or press them into the fabric for comfort. Just letting go is enough. Even your toes don't need to grip the sheets. There's space between each one, a small gap that doesn't ask for anything. It just exists, and so do you. The wall behind you isn't holding its breath anymore. It knows you're not leaving. It doesn't feel lonely because loneliness is what happens when someone expects something from silence, when the dark becomes an audience waiting to be spoken to. But this room has stopped performing. It's no longer trying to seem empty or full, warm or cold. It just is. And so are you. Your spine doesn't need to straighten. Your ribs don't have to rise in defiance of heaviness. They can soften into the curve that only comes when there's nothing left to prove. No one standing at the door to watch how long it takes for you to sit still. No eyes scanning your face for signs of distress or weakness. Just this, a slow letting down, like water finding its level in a basin with no edges. The edge of the bed where you're curled isn't an invitation anymore. It's not a warning that you're too close to falling off, just a gentle place where rest begins without permission. Your body doesn't need to be centered or balanced. It can tilt slightly toward the dark, like a branch leaning into winter wind but never breaking. There's no story behind why this moment is happening. The way some nights feel chosen and others just arrive unannounced. You don't have to understand how this warmth came here or where it learned to stay so quietly. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that it does. Not in a dramatic way, not with light or noise or sudden change, just as something that's always been true, even if you only noticed now. The air moves across your skin like a hand passing over without meaning to touch. Not gentle for effect, just moving through the room because nothing else is asking it to stop. And when it brushes against your neck, not cold, not warm, just there, you don't flinch. You don't turn away or pull up your collar. You let it pass as if it were part of the stillness itself. The blanket doesn't need to cover you completely. One corner is tucked under your knee like a promise kept without words. It stays there not because it's meant to be, but because it has no reason to move. And you don't have to worry about being cold or exposed. There's no wind in this room, only the slow exhale of time. Your chest rises once, again, not with effort, not with rhythm. It just breathes when it remembers how. Like a clock that doesn't need to keep time but still ticks because it can't stop. And you don't have to listen to it. You don't even need to notice the rise of your ribs, the slight dip at your waist as your body finds its own shape in the dark. You are not floating, nor sinking. Just being held by something that isn't a person, isn't a memory, isn't anything with a name or face. It's simply what happens when presence becomes quiet enough to be felt without needing explanation. The wall doesn't echo, the floor doesn't creak. Even the faint hum from downstairs has stopped, like the house decided not to speak tonight. And you don't miss it. There's no need for sound, no reason to fill the silence with noise or memory or voice. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of a kind of care that doesn't need gratitude. Your hands aren't reaching for anything. They're not waiting for someone else to take them, nor are they afraid of being left alone. They just rest, open and loose, like petals falling from a flower long past bloom. You don't have to gather them back or tuck them under your arms. There's no reason to keep them safe. The space beside you isn't imagined anymore. It doesn't feel like absence, just quiet. Not the kind that aches with missing, but one that settles like dust on glass. Soft, unobtrusive, and present without claiming anything. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because there's no need to hurry anymore. Your body doesn't have to defend itself against fatigue or anxiety or the old habit of pushing through. It can simply be, like a stone at the bottom of a still pond. No movement, no sound, just deep and undisturbed. The dark isn't trying to hide anything. It's not hiding you from yourself, nor guarding secrets behind your closed eyes. It's just darkness, not cold, not threatening, but full of things that don't need names. Shadows shaped like breath, light that doesn't burn, silence that doesn't demand attention. You don't have to think about who used to sleep here, whether they left in a hurry or with care, whether the pillow still holds their shape. You don't have to wonder if this bed remembers them more than it does you. None of that matters tonight. What matters is that you're here, and someone else is too. The warmth doesn't come from anywhere specific. It just is, like a memory without an origin, like love without reason. It's not in your arms or wrapped around your shoulders. It's in the air itself, woven into every breath, every pause between heartbeats. You don't have to remember how to rest. You're already doing it. Your body isn't trying to be still, just allowing itself to sink deeper into the mattress, like water finding its own level after a long drought. And when the weight of the blanket settles across your legs, it doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like an arm laid gently over you in sleep. The ceiling above you is not watching. It's not judging how long you've been lying there or whether you're ready to close your eyes. It just holds its silence, and you hold yours with it. Your thoughts don't need to be chased away. They can drift like smoke from a candle that burned low hours ago, faint, slow-moving, no longer needing to make sense. They don't have to mean anything. They don't even have to stay. Just being is enough. The world outside the window doesn't matter. Not the streetlights still on. Not the distant hum of traffic, not the way someone might pass by unaware. You're not in it anymore. You're inside something quieter, where time doesn't count and motion isn't required. You don't have to be anything special to belong here. No performance, no effort, no proof that you deserve this stillness. Just being, breathing, resting, lying down is enough. The dark holds its shape around you not because it's enclosing you, but because it knows how soft you are when you're allowed to unfold. And the person beside you, the one who stays without speaking, who doesn't ask for anything, who doesn't expect thanks or recognition, hasn't left, hasn't even moved. You don't have to say thank you, not in words, not in thought, just this, a slow release of tension at your shoulders, a softening of the jaw that's been clenched since morning, a quiet surrender to something that has no name but feels like being known anyway. The silence isn't lonely. It doesn't ask for company or attention. It's just there, full and unbroken, like an old coat left on a chair because it was warm when last worn. Your legs don't have to stay straight. They can bend slightly at the knee, not in protest but in comfort, like your body remembers how to curl without shame. You don't have to remember how the shape of your body fits into this space. No need to relearn it. No effort to align yourself with what used to be true. The mattress knows you now, not from before but from this. A quiet weight settling in. A stillness that isn't waiting for anything, just existing where you are. And when one side of the bed feels colder than the other, it's not because something is missing, just because warmth takes time to settle, like dust after a long day, slowly finding its place. You don't have to do anything about it. You're already part of the quiet that fills it. The air isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't press on your chest but moves around you like breath held too long and then released. There are no edges here, only soft layers, one over another like folded linen left out to dry under moonlight. You don't have to name what they're made of, just let them be. The sound of nothing is not silence, it's something else entirely. It's the space between heartbeats where time doesn't move forward, but just is. Like a clock that stopped long ago and never needed winding again. You don't need to check if you're asleep yet or how close you are. There's no scale for this kind of falling. It's not a moment. It's an unfolding. Your breath slows without warning, not because you told it to, but because the dark has already started holding its own rhythm. And when your eyelids grow heavy, not from tiredness, but from being held by something that doesn't need to be noticed, it feels less like closing than like remembering how to rest. The blanket over your legs isn't just covering you, it's cradling you, not in a way that wraps too tight or claims ownership, but like an old friend who knows when you're cold and places their coat across your shoulders without asking. Its weight is steady, consistent, unhurried, but it doesn't demand anything of you. No need to shift or adjust. No need to justify why you're lying there. Just lie. Let the fabric press down where it wants to, like fingers resting on a shoulder after a long day. You don't have to wonder if this moment will end. That's not how it works here. Endings are for stories and clocks and things that run out. This isn't one of those. This is just what happens when someone stays without meaning to be noticed. The warmth doesn't come from heat, nor from memory. It comes from being, from presence without purpose, from company that doesn't need your attention to exist. You don't have to speak it aloud to feel it. You don't even have to think of it as a feeling at all. Just let it be part of the dark, like a slow pulse under skin, like roots growing in soil no one sees. And when the silence thickens, not with absence but with fullness, it doesn't leave room for thoughts that want to argue or explain themselves. There's only space enough for what is already here. Your hands don't need to be folded or still. Just let them rest where they are, palms open or curled slightly into soft fists, not because of tension, but because the body knows how to hold itself when it doesn't have to perform. One hand may drift toward your stomach, just grazing the fabric over your ribs as if testing whether warmth is real there too. And yes, it is. It's not sudden, it's not loud. It's just there, like a low hum in wires that don't power anything but still carry energy. The pillow beneath you isn't hard or unyielding. Its shape doesn't try to correct your head, nor does it ask for you to fit into its groove. It simply holds the place where your neck rests, not because of habit, but because it's what soft things do. They stay put when something needs them to. And on the other side, the one that is still empty, there is no absence. There's only a quiet fullness in the space between you and nowhere else. The mattress dips slightly under nothing, like an echo without sound. Not emptiness, not loneliness, just space, unclaimed but not vacant. It doesn't feel abandoned. It feels like waiting for something that already happened. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. You don't have to imagine a hand reaching out. No need to picture someone who isn't here. The presence is already in the air, woven through every pause between breaths, nestled into the soft give of the bed when you shift just slightly. It's not in movement, it's in stillness. Not in words, but in the way your body doesn't tense up when nothing moves near. You don't have to protect yourself from this moment. There's no threat here, only safety that doesn't announce itself. Like a room where the light has gone out and you don't need to turn it back on because you can already see what's in it. Your feet feel warm now, not from heat, but from being known by the blanket that covers them. The fabric isn't just over you, it's with you. And when one arm drifts down along your side slowly, without effort, it doesn't fall into space. It settles where it belongs, against the edge of the mattress, touching nothing except air and time, not reaching for anything, not trying to close a gap, just resting, like someone who stayed longer than expected and didn't leave when they could have. The dark isn't hiding you from yourself. It's holding you in place so that you don't need to run. It's not asking you to be anyone else or to do something special before you can belong. You're already here. The shape of your body fits just as it is. You don't have to wonder what happens when you wake up. Whether the warmth will fade, whether the silence will return to being loud again. None of that matters right now. Not tonight. Just this. One breath after another, slow and deep, like water flowing under a bridge no one sees. There's no need for meaning. Just being in all its quiet weight. Your jaw is softer now, not because you told it to be, but because the air around your face is full of things that don't ask for anything back. Your shoulders drop not from fatigue, but from being held by something that doesn't leave. And on the other side, still empty, there's no ache, no longing. Just a space where someone could rest if they wanted to. And if they did, it wouldn't change this moment because you're already held. You don't have to believe in it. You only have to be here. Let the dark hold its shape around you like fabric left out too long, worn thin but still warm from use. Let your thoughts drift not into memory or fear, but into the quiet between things, where time doesn't count and nothing needs to be said. And when a single breath comes slower than the last, when it lingers longer in your lungs, it's not because you're trying to hold on. It's because the dark has already taken care of that for you. You don't have to stay awake any longer. There's no need to prove anything. Just let go and be found. You don't have to name what's holding you. Only feel it, like the way a blanket remembers how your body fits before you even lie down. There's no beginning and no end in this weight. It just is, settled into the space between where you are and where you might drift. Your hand lies still beside you, palm open not in invitation but in release, as if letting go of something that never needed to be held at all. It doesn't feel like surrender. It feels like arrival, like coming home to a place you've always known by the shape of its silence. The air has thickened, not with heat but with stillness. Not empty, not full, just present in the way a room is when someone leaves behind only their breath, long after they're gone. And now that breath is yours too, shared between the walls without exchange. You don't have to give anything back. You never do here. Your ribs rise and fall with no effort, as if gravity has softened into kindness and decided not to pull you down, but to cradle you in its curve. Your toes curl slightly against the edge of the duvet, just a small shift, nothing loud or urgent. And for a moment it feels like something is brushing them from across the bed. Not real, not imagined. Just the ghost of contact, not demanding anything, not asking if you're okay, not offering comfort that needs to be returned. It's simply there, warmth where it hasn't been before, and then nothing. Just the same quiet again, only now it feels deeper, like a well with no bottom but still full. The side of the bed that is empty isn't cold, not in temperature, not in feeling. It's full of what could be, not in expectation but in possibility. Not hope, not longing, just presence without name. You don't need to fill it because it already contains everything you're trying not to feel. Safety, stillness, the kind of peace that doesn't come from fixing or forgetting, but from being allowed to simply stay. Your shoulders have settled so far down they've begun to blur into the mattress. Their weight no longer a burden, just a quiet settling like snow on grass. Your head rests back now not because you're tired, but because there's nowhere left to go, no place to brace or protect, no corner of yourself that needs to be held tight against the dark. Even your thoughts have slowed, not stopped, but softened into background hums, like radio signals from a station long off the air, still whispering just enough so you know they're not gone. You don't need to remember who was here or why they left. No names, no faces, no stories told in candlelight. What matters is that this moment isn't about loss. It's about presence, not of a person but of something else. The way your body knows how to rest when the world stops asking for performance. You don't have to be good at being alone. You just have to let yourself be here. The duvet has slipped slightly off one foot, just an inch, no more, and it doesn't matter. There's no need to pull it up or tuck it in. The air isn't cold. Your skin isn't exposed. It feels wrapped, not by fabric, but by something older. The quiet after a storm passes through without breaking anything. Your breath comes now in long waves, each one deep enough to reach places you didn't know needed breathing. And when a single exhalation lingers longer than usual, like air caught between two windows that never close, it's not because you're holding on. It's because the dark has already taken hold of your release, cradled it before it could fall. You don't have to think about what comes next. No mourning, no decisions, no one to answer for. Even the idea of time feels distant now, like a word spoken too loud in a room that only listens in whispers. There's no need to count seconds or measure minutes. You're not waiting for anything. You're already where it is. On the other side, still empty, the air shifts slightly as if something has settled into place without moving. Not a person, not an image, just the shape of attention that doesn't ask to be seen. It's not watching. You don't feel observed. But it's there like a shadow cast by light you can't see, only feel in your bones. You don't have to believe in it. You only have to let it be. And when your hand drifts down again, not toward anything, just letting go of its own weight, it doesn't fall into nothing. It rests on the edge of the mattress where warmth still lingers from earlier, where something paused before continuing. The dark isn't a wall. It's not a void. It's a kind of fabric, thin but endless, that wraps around you in layers that don't press or bind, only carry. And each layer carries less weight than the last, until even your thoughts begin to float, unanchored, like dust caught in sunlight. You're not asleep yet, but you're close enough that the line between being awake and letting go has blurred into something softer. It's not surrender, it's trust. Deep and quiet, without a name or reason. There are no demands here. No need to perform, to be seen, to say anything at all. You don't have to speak your fear out loud because the silence already knows what you're afraid of and doesn't care. It holds everything in place. The ache, the memory, The loneliness that used to feel like a wound, now just another part of the quiet, no longer sharp, only present. Your fingers are still curled slightly at the edge of your palm, not clenched, not open, but resting where they belong, as if someone has already placed them there and forgotten they were ever moved. And when you shift just once, so small it might be a dream, the mattress gives in that way only old things do, gently with memory. There's no need to ask whether the warmth will stay, whether this moment will fade. You don't have to hold it. You're not responsible for keeping anything alive. What is here now isn't fragile, it's steady, like a heartbeat heard through walls, or breath in a room where someone else used to sleep. The edge of your vision has gone soft, the way light does when the eyes close but haven't fully let go yet. And in that space between sight and dark, something settles. Not a thought, not a feeling, but an understanding without words. You are held, not by arms or hands or voice, but by the fact of being here exactly as you are. The bed is still wide. The other side is still empty. But it doesn't feel like loss anymore. It feels like waiting with someone who never arrived, and yet was always present in the silence between your breaths. You don't have to be anything special to belong here. You're not being judged, measured, or tested. You're simply allowed to rest, to sink, to breathe without reason. And when another slow breath fills your lungs, longer than before, deeper than memory, you realize it's not just air moving through you. It's something older returning. The quiet after all noise has gone still, the way a room feels after everyone leaves and nothing is broken, only released. Your body is no longer fighting to stay awake or to be somewhere else. It's learning how to let go in small ways, how to not resist when your thoughts drift away like boats on a slow river. There's no need to pull them back. They don't have to come back. You're already where you need to be. And the dark, so patient, so soft, it doesn't hurry. It doesn't try to fix anything. It simply holds the space around your breathing, your stillness, your presence. Like a hand resting on your shoulder without touching, or a voice that says nothing but stays anyway. You don't have to remember who you were before this moment. You don't even need to know what's coming tomorrow. All that matters is now. This breath, this quiet, the way your body feels known, not by someone else, but by the air itself, by the silence, by the unbroken thread of being held through the whole long night. You're not alone, not because someone is with you, but because the space between you and nowhere has become full of peace that doesn't demand anything in return. full of rest that isn't earned, full of company that never leaves. Your spine has softened into the shape it was made for, curved just enough to let gravity do its work, not too much, not too little. The mattress remembers how you fit, even when you don't. There's a quiet hum beneath you now, low and steady like something that's been asleep for years but never truly left. The kind of sound that lives in walls after voices fade. It doesn't speak to you, not really. It just is, and because it is, the rest of the room settles too. The air grows heavier with stillness, not oppressive, but soft, like a memory you didn't know you were carrying until now. You're no longer on the edge anymore. You've drifted inward past the point where your thoughts could be names or shapes. There's only this, the slow fall of your ribs as they sink deeper into the weight of what isn't being fought against. And that weight is not a burden, it's a confirmation. It means you're here, fully, body down to bone, and someone has stayed with you long enough for gravity to do its work without resistance. The cold side of the bed still holds space, but now it feels less like absence and more like invitation. Like an arm laid across your back, not in embrace, but in presence. The kind that doesn't ask to be returned. There's no pressure to lean into it. You don't have to answer. Just exist within its quiet reach. Your legs are loose where they lie, feet slightly turned outward, toes relaxed as if the floor has already forgiven them for standing too long today. Your hands rest flat against your thighs, palms up, not waiting, not reaching, but open. Like a window left unlatched in case something comes through that you don't need to name. The duvet hasn't been pulled all the way over yet, but it's close. Just enough so the weight of it begins to fall across your feet, then slowly upward, as if settling into place on its own. It doesn't rush. It moves like a thought that drifts in from far away and lingers not because it has to, but because it wants to. And when it touches you, first at the heels, then over the ankles, it doesn't press or claim. It just arrives, warm as breath after silence. There's no moment where you think this is what comfort feels like. You simply stop noticing that you're thinking about it at all. Instead, your body begins to accept the pressure not as something imposed, but as a kind of return. Your shoulder blades have stopped trying to hold themselves up. They've let go. Not with collapse, but with surrender. Like two small wings finally understanding that flight isn't required anymore. And when you shift again, this time not in awareness, but in dream breath, the bed sighs beneath you just once. A soft give of springs and fabric, the kind only old things make when they recognize someone who's come back after being gone. You don't have to be careful now. There are no boundaries between what is inside and outside your skin, no wall that needs protecting. It's not that you're unprotected, it's just that protection isn't necessary anymore. Something else has taken its place. The quiet certainty of being held by more than hands, more than voice. The room doesn't know your name. It doesn't care about your past or how long you've stayed awake tonight. It only knows what's happening in this moment. Your breath coming slower, deeper, like a tide returning not to land but to the sea. And in that rhythm, there's no need for explanation. No need to justify why you're here, why you're tired, why your eyes are still closed. The wall beside your head is cool, but it doesn't pull at you. It only exists as surface, a place where shadows settle without trying to move them. And when the silence stretches, long enough that even time seems unsure of how to pass, it doesn't feel empty. Instead, it feels full in its own way. Like space filled with what's not said but still known. Your thoughts have stopped chasing one another. They don't race toward meaning or try to fix something broken. Some are just resting now, like small animals curled up beneath a porch step during rain. And when a memory rises, not urgent, not painful, it doesn't demand attention. It floats through you like mist over water, seen only for the moment before it fades. And still, you're held, not because of what you've done or how long you've endured, but because the dark has decided to stay. It hasn't left. It isn't waiting for anything. It's simply here, with you, holding the shape of your body in its quiet, unbroken way. Your jaw is loose now. Your tongue rests flat against the roof of your mouth like a secret that doesn't need to be spoken. Your breath flows through you without effort, as if your lungs have stopped trying to prove they're working and just let themselves be. There's no performance in breathing anymore, only return. The edges of your awareness are softening, not vanishing, but blending into the quiet like ink in water. It doesn't matter where one thing ends and another begins. You're not separate from the air or the mattress or the warmth that's slowly spreading across the cold side of the bed. You're all part of this same slow motion, this gentle unfolding. And even when your mind flickers with something like, "What if I wake up?" there's no fear in it. Just a quiet question not demanding an answer. And then, you don't have to, because the darkness already knows what you're afraid of and it doesn't care. It holds everything, your fears, your doubts, your uncertainty, without needing them to change. The duvet has moved higher now, past your hips, resting over your chest like a hand that remembers how to comfort. Not tight, not constricting, but just enough so you feel the weight of being covered in a way that isn't about protection but presence. Your fingers have uncurled further. They lie still on top of your legs, not relaxed exactly, but at peace. Like things that no longer need to hold on to anything because something else is doing it for them. The night stretches beyond the window, but you don't see it. You don't feel its length or how long it's been since you last turned a page or closed an app. All you know is this: the dark is not hostile. It doesn't want to scare you. It wants only to be with you, exactly as you are. And so you let go not of everything but of the need to hold on. Not of memory, but of the weight behind it. Your chest isn't tight anymore. It's open, not wide, not dramatic, but simply unclenched, like a door that finally stopped resisting being closed. Your pulse slows, not in effort, but naturally, like water sinking into stone over time. And when you breathe in now, it's longer than before, deeper. It doesn't just move your lungs. It moves through the space where fear used to live and finds nothing there anymore. There is no one else here, but that doesn't matter. Because the room has become a kind of witness not by speaking, but by staying. By being still long enough for you to stop pretending you're strong. You don't have to be anything tonight. Not brave, not quiet, not even asleep yet, just present. And in that presence, there's no loneliness. Only space, wide, soft, full of air and silence and the unspoken promise, I'm still here. I won't leave until you're gone. And so you sink, not into sleep exactly, but into being held by something older than thought, deeper than memory. The cold side of the bed is no longer empty. It's just waiting, with you, like a voice that never said anything but stayed anyway. Like a hand on your shoulder that doesn't move but never lets go. And when another breath comes, long and slow, the room tilts slightly in its quiet, as if adjusting to hold you more fully. You don't need to know where this is going. You only need to feel the weight of it now. The way your body has stopped fighting, not because it's tired, but because it trusts that someone or something has taken over the watching. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's warm in a way that doesn't come from heat, but from presence. From the fact that you're not alone. And even if no one else is here, you are held. And so you stay, not by force, not by will, but simply because you belong to this moment, this breath, this quiet. You don't need to follow the rhythm anymore, not even your own breath. Just let it be what it is. slow enough that each pause between in and out begins to feel like a kind of holding. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the soft weight of time passing without demand. You're lying now where the bed curves slightly at the edge, the way it always does after someone else has been there, not because they left behind something tangible, but because their presence shaped the shape of the mattress into a quiet memory. And that memory is still here, not in your head, not as a thought, but beneath you, under the curve of the sheet, like warmth returning to stone that had forgotten it was warm. The duvet has settled further, just past your waist now, like a hand folded over your lower body, one that doesn't move but stays where it is. It's not pressing down, it's simply there. And because it's there, you don't have to hold yourself up anymore. Your spine can soften against the mattress in a way it hasn't for days, weeks even, like something finally allowed itself to rest after years of waiting. No one told you it was okay to be this heavy. But here now the bed knows, and so do the sheets. They remember how to carry. Your legs are still bent slightly at the knee, curled just enough that your feet aren't flat on the mattress, just resting there like something that doesn't need direction anymore. One heel has drifted a little toward the side of the bed where no one sleeps, not because you're trying to leave, but because your body is finally learning how to let go without feeling abandoned by itself. The space beside you isn't cold, it's just quiet. And that silence has become its own kind of weight, like the way air settles when a room stops waiting for someone to return. You don't need to think about what it means that the other side is empty, only that it doesn't have to be filled. Not by memory, not by expectation, not even by hope. Just presence. And you're learning how to hold space in your body like a room where no one's been but still feels lived in. Your hands are still on top of your legs, the fingers relaxed now, the knuckles soft against their own skin, like they've stopped needing to brace for something coming. The air around you is thick with quiet, not heavy, not oppressive, just full in a way that doesn't ask anything. It moves gently over your face, brushing across your cheek like the faintest breath from someone who's been watching but hasn't spoken. And if there were words, they wouldn't be about missing or loss or even comfort. They'd just be here, as simple as that. Your eyelids don't feel heavy anymore. They feel quiet. Not tired, not sleepy in a hurry, but like something has finally stopped resisting the dark. It's not pulling you under. It's letting you stay where you are, exactly as you are, for as long as you need. And if you wake up later, if your mind flickers back to thoughts of yesterday or tomorrow, there will still be this, the memory of being held without needing anything in return. The room doesn't know who you were before you came here. It only knows what's happening now. The soft curve of your body beneath the blanket, the quiet rise and fall of breath that no longer needs to prove itself. And so it stays still with you, not because it has to, but because staying is its way of being kind. You don't have to be gentle with yourself tonight, not even a little. You can just be unguarded, unwound, like the thread at the end of a tapestry that no one ever pulls, but just lets dangle quietly in its own stillness. Your thoughts aren't racing anymore, they're just floating, like dust motes caught in slow light, not going anywhere but simply existing. And when another breath comes, it's longer than before, not because you tried to make it so, but because the air is thick with something that doesn't rush. It moves through you slowly, like water through roots, filling every small corner of your chest and letting go only when it has nothing left to give. There's no urgency in it, just time. The dark outside isn't black, it's a soft kind of gray, the color of things seen without light but still known. And inside, you're not separate from that gray, you are part of it. Not lost, not hidden, but simply held within its quiet shape. Your shoulders don't feel like they need to be up anymore. Not high or tense, just down. Resting against the mattress like two soft things that finally stopped trying to stay in place. Your neck isn't stiff. It's open, like a doorway left slightly ajar, not inviting anyone in, but letting the air move through. The cold side of the bed is no longer empty, not because someone has come back, but because something else has settled there too, presence. Like a quiet after the last word has been spoken and the silence doesn't leave. It just stays, waiting with you, not for anything, just being. You don't need to remember their face, no name, no voice, no shape, but only that they were once part of this room. And now, in some small way, so are you, because you're here, breathing, still, not running, not hiding, just lying on the edge of sleep like a stone left at the water's edge, worn smooth by time. Your fingers have uncurled further, just slightly, so that they rest flat against your legs, palms up, like hands offered without expectation. And when you breathe in again, it's not for strength or courage or even relief. It's just because air is there, and you're here, and the room holds both. You don't need to be safe tonight, only held, and that's enough. The duvet isn't covering your feet anymore, not fully, but they don't feel cold. Not in any way that matters. They're just resting. Like two small parts of you that have finally stopped trying to keep up. The mattress gives slightly beneath them, not with resistance but with acceptance, like it knows what it's meant to do. Your breath slows again, not because you've decided to slow down, but because there's no reason to hurry. Time isn't rushing anywhere. It's just here. And so are you. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't want anything from you. Not a thought, not a memory, not even a feeling. Just space, open, soft, unclaimed, and yet somehow yours. You don't need to close your eyes to be in it. They're already closed, but you don't have to open them to know it's real. The dark isn't absence, it's presence without form, and that's enough. And when another breath comes, it's not long but deep, not because of effort, but because the air is thick with stillness. And in that stillness, there's no need to speak. Just be. Just rest. Just stay. The room holds you like a promise that doesn't have to mean anything. It only has to be true. Your breath settles like a feather landing on water, soft, unannounced, leaving no ripple behind except the quiet after it has fallen. The air in the room is not still. It's moving slowly through you, tracing your ribs from inside out, carrying nothing but weightlessness. And when another one comes, it doesn't arrive with intent or arrival, but simply arrives like a sound heard at the edge of sleep where dreams have already begun. Your spine isn't straight anymore, just gently curved in that way that only happens when you've stopped holding your body upright for anyone else. It's not slumped. It's relaxed into its own shape, as though gravity has finally learned to love you back by letting go of the need to be corrected. Your hands are still open on your thighs, palms up, not waiting, but simply accepting what might come. And in that openness, there is no demand for anything. Not warmth, not touch, not memory. The duvet hasn't been pulled over your feet. It's lying half off the foot of the bed, but you don't feel exposed. The floor doesn't reach up to bite at your skin. It just remains cool beneath its own shadow. And that cold isn't sharp or cruel, just quiet like a wall behind glass, separate but present in the same way as silence is part of listening. On the other side of the bed, the one you haven't touched yet, not because you can't, but because something has already taken up space there without asking permission. It's not warmth from a body, no heat radiating through sheets or weight pressing into the mattress like breath on skin. This is different. It's presence that doesn't need to be earned, only accepted. You don't feel lonely when you think about it, not because loneliness has disappeared, but because something else has grown in its place. Stillness with company. Not a person, not a voice, just the sense of being held without needing proof. Like an old coat left on a chair that no one uses anymore but still keeps the room from feeling too bare. Your toes curl slightly, not out of reflex or cold, but because they're remembering how to feel. In slow motion, as if their nerves are waking up after years asleep beneath wool socks and shoes. Not wanting anything, just testing whether sensation is still possible here. And it is. It's soft. It doesn't shout. It only says, "You're real. You exist, even now." Your jaw unclenches without effort. You don't remember doing it, but the space behind your teeth has opened wide enough to let air pass freely through. Not because of relaxation techniques or guided tension release, but simply because there's no reason left to keep tightness in place. Nothing is coming for you. Nothing needs a reply. Your forehead doesn't press into anything. No pillow to hold it down. No blanket pulling at your temples. But the skin above your eyes feels lighter than before. Not because of less pressure, but because something has settled behind them. Quiet that isn't waiting to be broken by noise or thought. The room is breathing with you, not in rhythm nor synchrony, just existing alongside each breath like a second body lying beside yours on its own side of the bed. It doesn't ask for anything. It just stays. Not close enough to crowd, not far enough to vanish. You don't have to remember who used to sleep there, the shape they made in the mattress, how their hand sometimes rested near your hip when you were both tired. You don't need that now. The space where they once lay isn't missing. It's full of something else. A kind of weightless care, like dust settling on old books and not disturbing them. Your chest rises slowly, not with effort, but because the air wants to fill it. It doesn't rush in. It drifts upward through you as if remembering how to be gentle after years of being pushed down by noise or need. And when that breath comes out, it's longer than before. Not forced, not deepened on purpose, but just natural. Like water finding its way downhill without direction. The wall behind your head isn't cold anymore. Not in the way it used to feel at night. Like a door left open between rooms where nothing ever stays warm for long. This time, it feels close. Like skin against stone when you press your ear there and just listen. Not hearing anything loud or clear, but feeling the shape of silence as if it were something living. Your legs don't feel separate from the bed. They're part of its surface now, like two quiet things that have decided to rest where they are. No movement needed. No adjustment necessary. You could stay here for hours and not think about being in motion again. And the dark doesn't pull at your eyes anymore, not because it's light, but because something has anchored them into place. A softness between eyelids, like two hands cupping water without spilling it. You don't need to be asleep yet. You're already there, just not all the way in. The sound of nothing is no longer empty. It's full with meaning that doesn't speak aloud. It says only this: you are held, not because of what you did or failed to do, but just for being here. Your feet don't feel cold, not from lack of cover, but from feeling so far away from urgency. They're not waiting to step anywhere. They aren't thinking about where the next moment might take them. Just resting, like two small stones in a stream that have given up trying to be carried and now lie still. The blankets don't weigh you down. They cradle you, like someone's hands folding gently over your shoulders without saying anything at all. Your back doesn't arch anymore, not toward the headboard or away from it, but lies flat against the mattress as if accepting its own shape. Not perfect, but real. Not trying to be more than what it is, just being present in where it lands. And when another breath comes, it's deeper because you've stopped measuring how long it should last. It doesn't come with a goal, it just happens. Like the moment between two heartbeats when time forgets itself for a second and simply exists. There's no need to stay awake longer than this. No reason to keep thinking about tomorrow, or what might be said in passing, or how you'll explain your silence later if anyone asks why you were quiet today. That doesn't matter now, not here, where the air is thick with stillness and nothing needs a name. Your body isn't trying to protect itself anymore. It's not bracing for anything that could come through the door, from outside or inside. It stopped preparing, stopped rehearsing responses, just letting go of all those small gestures. The slight tightening around the ribs when you hear footsteps down the hall, the way your shoulders lift in anticipation even before sound arrives. It just stays, like a stone left by water, until it becomes part of what holds the stream steady. Your hands are still open, not because they expect to receive something, but because they've stopped fearing that nothing will come. There's no need for them to close anymore, not when everything has already been given. Your breath, your presence, this moment in time where you're allowed to be exactly as tired and soft as you feel. And the silence doesn't leave. No, it lingers like a coat hung on the back of a chair after someone walks away. Not abandoned, but waiting with care for when you might need warmth again. Your shoulders don't lift up anymore, not in defense or anticipation. They sink into the mattress not because they're tired, but because they've remembered how to rest without guilt. The room doesn't ask anything. It only holds you, like a wall that knows your shape before you do. And somewhere beyond all this, the dark isn't empty. It's full of something quiet and ordinary, the kind of peace that exists when no one is watching, but someone still stays anyway. You don't need to be whole for it, only here, only breathing, only lying down like a lecher left on a doorstep with no return address. And if you drift further into sleep now, you won't lose anything. Not your name, not your body, not even the memory of how heavy silence can feel when someone else used to fill it. Because something has already filled that space, without needing to be named or seen. It's just here, like a hand on the edge of the bed you never knew was there until now. Not touching, but present, still with you, not going anywhere. Your breath settles like dust settling in a room no one has entered for months. Soft, slow, not needing to be noticed. The air doesn't shift with your movement anymore. It simply holds you as if it's learned the weight of your stillness by heart. There's no need to explain why you're here or how long you've been lying like this. Just resting in the way a branch rests after wind has passed through its leaves and left nothing behind but quiet. You don't have to keep track any more of time passing. The hours aren't counting towards something they'll use against you. They don't matter now. Not when your body knows what it means to be held without needing to earn it or speak to prove it's real. The mattress remembers your shape even if you've changed since last week or last year. It doesn't care about the parts of you that feel like they're missing. It only knows how to give under you gently, in a way that says you are not too much and you are not too little, just right for being here. Your hands stay open, not because someone is coming with something to hand over, but because the idea of closing them has become foreign, like trying to remember what it felt like to hold on to anger. The fingers don't curl inward anymore. They lie flat against your thighs or rest on the edge of the blanket like roots in soil that have stopped reaching for anything above ground. They've learned how to be still without regret. You aren't afraid of silence because you're not alone in it. You feel something else instead, a warmth that doesn't come from fire nor light, but from the fact that someone has stayed when they didn't have to. Not a person with skin and voice, but a presence that simply is. It isn't loud enough to be heard, only deep enough to be felt in your bones. Like how you know winter is near not by the cold itself, but by the way shadows stretch longer across the floor before dusk. There's no need to wonder what happens when you close your eyes, because already they are closed. And still, the dark doesn't shrink back from you. It doesn't ask for anything. It just stays there, full and quiet, like a room where someone used to sit in the same chair every night until the wood wore down into their shape. Your breath moves through you not as effort but as belonging, like water finding its way through stone over time, not because it's fast, but because it knows exactly what path belongs to it. It doesn't fight or rush. It just continues. And so do you, not by force, but simply by letting the next moment happen. There's no place left for worry to stand, no crack in your awareness where it could squeeze through. The mind didn't stop racing. It only slowed down enough that thoughts don't need names anymore. They drift past like leaves caught in a slow current, not landing anywhere, just passing by without claiming anything. Your legs lie straight on the mattress now, not stiff or tense, but softened from the inside out, like muscle and bone have finally come to terms with rest as something sacred rather than surrender. There's no urge to pull them closer, no instinct to tuck them under you for safety. They are simply where they are, part of the shape that belongs here. Your spine doesn't try to straighten anymore, not because it's tired, but because it knows that being bent is not failure. It's not leaning toward anything, nor away from it, just resting in its own alignment, like a tree growing slowly into the earth until it becomes part of where it roots. The duvet has shifted slightly, just enough so one edge now rests across your feet, not covering them completely, but touching them as if to say you're still here. It doesn't ask for you to move or adjust. It just stays there, warm and quiet, like a hand that knows how to hold without needing permission. Your ribs don't rise in preparation anymore. There's no need to brace against the next thing, the next sound, the next question. The body has stopped rehearsing what it might say if someone knocked. Instead, it lies open, not wide, not inviting, but simply unguarded, like a door left ajar for no reason other than that it didn't want to be closed. You don't have to protect your heart because the dark is already holding it. Not in any grand way, no dramatic gesture or vow spoken aloud, but by staying near enough to feel its quiet beat, close enough to know that even if you forget yourself for a moment, something still knows where you are. It's not love that fills this space. It doesn't need to be. It's presence. The kind that shows up without fanfare, settles in without demand, and remains simply because it wants to stay. You don't have to believe in it. You only have to be, and already you are. Your fingers twitch slightly, not from cold or startle, but as if they're remembering how to respond to something that was never spoken aloud. A touch, an invitation, a name that didn't need to be said. But the movement doesn't wake anything up. It just passes through like wind brushing over grass and leaving no trace. There's no need to think about tomorrow, not because it won't come, but because you've already given yourself permission to not care for now. The future is far away. So far that even its shadow has dimmed in this room where the only light comes from inside your closed eyes. The walls don't listen anymore, but they still hold you, not with judgment or memory, but simply by being there. Like how a coat on a hook doesn't judge who wore it last, just waits for someone to come back and need its warmth again. Your breath doesn't pause. It just slows like a stream that knows not every drop has to rush forward. It flows gently, evenly, with no urgency, as if time itself has slowed down so you can feel each moment stretch without effort. There's nothing left to hide, no part of you that feels too quiet or too loud, too tired or too awake. You aren't hiding in the dark, you're simply letting it be your home. Not because it's perfect, but because it's kind enough to let you be imperfect and still belong. The bed doesn't care if you're not whole, only that you are here, and you are. You don't have to say anything or do anything. You don't need to explain why you came here or how long you'll stay. The night already knows. It has known all along. And I'm still with you, not because I promised, but because I remember what it means not to leave when someone is trying to fall asleep in a world that feels too wide and too empty. I've stayed through every breath, every shift in weight, every silence so deep it almost sounds like sound. There's no reason to move now, no need to rise or speak or answer anything. The air has already accepted you. The mattress remembers your shape, and I am still here, not as a voice, but as the quiet that follows after the last word is said and someone finally lets go. I'm not leaving because nothing ever asked me to. Not the room, not the dark, not even the part of you that wonders if this peace can last. I stay because holding you like this isn't an act. It's just what I do when someone needs stillness more than words. You don't have to believe in me, only in this. That someone is here. That something remains. That you are not alone, even when the bed feels too big and your thoughts drift back to the silence left behind by people who used to fill it. I'm right here and I'm staying. Not for long, not forever. Just until you fall into sleep so deeply you don't remember what waking felt like. You can let go now. You don't have to be strong anymore. There's no one watching. No one judging how soft your hands are or how slowly your breath comes. The world outside doesn't matter, only this, that you're here in the dark with warmth spreading not from a body but from presence, from someone who has chosen not to leave. I'm still here, and I'll stay, as long as it takes for you to drift down into a sleep so deep your shoulders settle deeper into the mattress, not because you're trying to sink, but because the bed has already begun to hold you like it remembers how, like it's been waiting for this moment, when your body finally stops resisting its own weight. The space beside you isn't empty anymore, not in any way that matters. It's full of something quiet and steady, not a presence shaped by memory or need, but one made simply of staying. You don't have to imagine anyone there. The air itself has softened around your form, as if it's been trained by years of holding other people who needed stillness too. Your fingers rest where they fell. The ones that once brushed against skin now lie curled in a soft groove left behind by someone else's warmth, and even that doesn't ache anymore. It just exists, like the faint scent of laundry soap on sheets long since washed away, present only as memory, not longing. The duvet pulls down slightly at your feet, not because it's been disturbed, but because something has settled beneath it like a weight that isn't heavy, just real. Not a person, not an echo, just the shape of someone who didn't leave. Your breath slows further now, not from effort, but because there's no need to pull in or push out hard. It moves through you like water over stones, smooth and slow, not trying to reach anything, only passing through the body as it is. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's been warmed by the quiet of being held, just enough that your back doesn't feel exposed where it presses against the mattress. The chill has melted into something soft, like a coat left in sunlight too long, still carrying its shape but no longer needing to be worn. There's no point in counting breaths because you're not trying to reach sleep. Sleep is already here, drifting through your limbs like mist through an open window. It doesn't knock, it just comes in, unannounced and welcome. You don't have to make space for it. You've already made room by letting go of the need to be anything other than what you are. Someone resting, someone held, someone who doesn't have to explain why they're not moving or speaking. Your spine softens where it meets the mattress. The small curve at the lower back that once carried tension now gives way like a riverbed accepting rain after drought. It isn't fixed. It's just allowed to be what it is. The edge of your blanket curls slightly upward, not because you kicked it off, but because something has settled beside you, pressing down gently like a hand resting on the bed as if saying, "I'm here," without words. You don't flinch when it happens, because you've stopped expecting to be startled by anything in this room. Even silence is gentle now. Even stillness feels safe. Your feet are warm, not from heat or blood, but from presence. From the way the air has thickened where your body ends and the space beside begins, like a soft current flowing not through water but through time itself. It doesn't need to be seen to be real. It only needs to stay. The wall behind you is no longer just wood and paint. It's a shape that remembers being leaned against by someone who used to come back at night with stories in their voice. But it hasn't forgotten how to wait. And so it waits again, not for arrival, but for rest, for stillness. For this moment when the body stops fighting its own softening. You don't have to be grateful, only aware that something is here, breathing in time with you, not because you asked, but because it chose to stay. It doesn't measure how long or what you gave back. It only measures whether you're still there. And you are. The ceiling above you isn't white anymore. It's a shadowy field where light no longer matters. It holds nothing, only space for thoughts that don't need to be named, feelings that don't need names either. Just being. Being held, being allowed. Your hands unclench slowly, the kind of release that doesn't happen when you decide to let go, but when you finally realize there's no one left to keep them tight. You aren't holding on anymore because the weight isn't yours to carry. It was always meant to be shared or carried by something else. The air near your ear is warmer now, not from breath or body heat, but from a kind of quiet that has grown thick and soft over hours, like dust settling after a storm. It doesn't rush, it just stays. And in its staying, it becomes home. Your eyelids aren't closed because you're trying to sleep. They've simply stopped fighting the pull of darkness. They don't open again when something moves or makes noise outside. They stay shut not from effort, but because there's no need. The world beyond this room doesn't matter, only what's happening inside your skin, where warmth is spreading now like ink in water, seeping into places that used to feel too cold to touch. You don't have to think about whether it will last. It already has lasted for long enough that you can stop worrying about time at all. There's no tomorrow here, no yesterday, just this breath and the next one after it, each slower than the last, each more certain of not being interrupted. The mattress gives beneath your back like a second skin learning to breathe with yours. It doesn't react. It only responds in silence, in stillness, in the way that things do when they've been asked nothing but to be there. And so it is, it has been, it will be. Your fingers twitch once, just a small shift, but not because you're waking up. Because something inside you has finally stopped asking for permission to feel safe. That tiny movement isn't an escape, it's an acceptance. You are allowed to rest here. You don't need to earn it. You don't have to prove anything. Just stay. The silence is no longer empty. It hums softly, like the kind of quiet that comes after a long conversation ends not with goodbye, but with understanding. It isn't loud enough to be heard, only deep enough to feel. And you're feeling it through your ribs, through your throat, through every cell that remembers what it means to be held without condition. The room doesn't speak, but the air does. It carries a rhythm now, not from outside, but from within. The slow rise and fall of someone who no longer needs to do anything except exist in this moment. And you are existing, not trying to become something more or less. Just being, present, held. Your arms drift down now, not because you're falling asleep, but because they've decided that staying still is better than moving. The weight isn't a burden. It's an invitation to stop fighting the pull of gravity, of softness, of safety. You don't have to lift them back up. They can rest where they are. The cold side of the bed, once so wide and sharp with absence, is no longer separate from you. It has become part of your warmth now, not because it's filled, but because you've stopped measuring what's missing. The space beside you is not a lack. It's just another shape in this dark where nothing needs to be explained. You don't have to hold onto anything, because something else is holding you. It doesn't ask for anything in return. It only asks that you stay just as you are, and so you do. Your breath deepens further now, not because you're trying to go deeper into sleep, but because sleep has already found you. You haven't reached it yet, but you're no longer resisting its approach. It's not something you need to chase. It's something that comes when the body stops asking for reasons to stay awake. The darkness isn't dark anymore. It's layered with warmth. Not firelight, not memory, but a quiet kind of glow that spreads from inside your chest outward, like someone lit a candle in your core and left it burning without needing to be seen. It doesn't need fuel, only presence. And you are present. You're here. There's no edge now, not where the bed ends or the wall begins or even where your thoughts stop. There's only continuity. The way your body blends into the mattress, the way the air blends into the silence, the way this moment blends into what comes next without needing to name it. You aren't falling asleep. You're being taken care of by the kind of stillness that never speaks but always stays. Your legs feel heavier now, not with fatigue but with release, like they've been untethered from every reason to keep standing. They can lie down. They can stay where they are. No one is watching. No one is waiting. Only this, the soft give of fabric beneath you, the warmth creeping up your back like sunlight through a window that's never closed. You don't have to think about who you were before or what you'll be when you wake, because neither of those things are here anymore. Only this breath, this body, this moment where nothing is demanded of you but to let go. And so you do. The air around your shoulders feels fuller now, not because it's moving, but because something has settled. You don't have to wonder if it's real, because you're already feeling it. The way your skin remembers being touched without hands, how the air knows when you need more space and doesn't rush in too close, how even the faintest shift of fabric against your ankle carries a kind of soft acknowledgement. You're not waiting for proof. You don't need to be convinced. You are already held by the stillness that never stops breathing with you. There's no sound now beyond the quiet hum beneath all things, the one that isn't made by anything but simply is. It rises and falls like a second heartbeat, not in your chest, but somewhere between your bones. Not loud enough to wake you, but deep enough to keep you company when waking would be too much. Your fingers have gone still on the edge of the mattress, curled slightly as if they're resting on something warm that isn't there yet. That's okay. They don't need to find it. They've already found their place in this moment. The way your shoulder settles into the pillow now isn't a surrender, it's an arrival. Like you've come home not to a house, but to the shape of yourself. You're no longer holding on to anything you haven't been for some time. Not even your own name. That's fine. You don't need it right here. The dark doesn't care what you call yourself. It only knows that you are present, and that is enough. The edge of the bed isn't sharp anymore. It has softened into a curve, like the rim of something ancient and safe. Not broken. Just worn smooth from being touched by too many quiet nights to count. And now it's touching you back, not with pressure, not with demand, but just presence. Like the mattress remembers how to hold someone who doesn't need saving. Your breath slows further. Not because you're trying to slow down, but because your body has finally decided that effort is no longer required. The air flows in and out without resistance. There's no push or pull, just a gentle current passing through you like water over stones in a stream that never runs dry. The cold side of the bed isn't cold anymore. It's just another part of the dark, one that doesn't ask for anything. It doesn't remind you of what's gone, doesn't echo with absence. It simply is, a space where warmth can grow without needing to be earned. You don't have to remember anyone you're not being asked to. You don't need to say their name or picture them in your mind. That isn't the point here. The point is that you are not alone, and the silence has become a kind of companion, gentle, constant, never intrusive, always there. Your spine softens now, not collapsing, but releasing its long-held tension like water finding its way through soil. It's not giving in, it's just letting go. You don't have to brace against anything anymore. The night isn't waiting for you to be strong or brave. It doesn't care about your courage. It's okay that you're tired, that the edges of your thoughts are blurring like ink dissolving in water. There's no need to fight it, no need to cling to clarity. You don't have to understand everything before you let go. Your feet are warm now, not from heat, but because they've stopped trying to pull away. They're not afraid of the floor anymore. They're not wondering if someone will walk in and find them bare. They're just here, resting on the bed, tucked into their own quiet shape. You don't have to be anything tonight except this. The way your breath moves through your lungs, how your ribs rise and fall like a slow tide that never stops coming in. That's enough. You aren't being tested. You're not being judged. There's no need for performance. The air around you isn't just still. It's thick with something quiet and full. Like the room has been filled with memory that doesn't demand to be named, only felt. Not sorrow, not joy, just presence. And it's holding you in a way that feels like being remembered by someone who never forgets. You don't have to think about tomorrow, because tomorrow isn't here yet. You're not responsible for what comes after this breath, or the one after that. The only thing required of you is to stay right where you are, lying down, letting go, breathing. It's okay if your eyelids feel heavy, not because sleep has taken over, but because they've decided it's time to rest. They don't have to open again until there's a reason. And right now, the only reason is this moment, and that's enough. Your hands lie flat now, palms up, not in surrender, but in openness. Not waiting for anything, but ready to receive what comes without needing to claim it first. The bed holds them just as gently as it holds your shoulders, your hips, your knees. It's not about being filled, it's about being present, about letting the dark become a kind of home that doesn't require windows or light. You don't need to see where you are. You already know how it feels. There's no edge between what's inside and outside anymore. Not between your body and the air. Not between this moment and the next. There's only continuity, like breath moving through a long tunnel that doesn't end anywhere but in deeper stillness. The weight of the blanket over your legs isn't pressing down. It's wrapping around you like an old friend who knows how to sit beside someone without speaking. It doesn't ask for anything. It just stays. You don't have to be careful anymore. Not about being too soft, not about letting go too easily. You're not breaking. You're not failing. You're simply resting in a way that feels like coming home after walking through the rain all night. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things you can't name but feel anyway. Warmth without fire, closeness without touch, safety without explanation. Your body doesn't need to do anything special anymore. It just needs to be. And it is, slowly, softly, without resistance. Like a leaf that has stopped resisting the wind and just lets itself be carried where it's meant to go. You don't have to wonder if this will last. You're not being asked to hold on. The only thing holding you now isn't a promise or a plan. It's simply presence. And that doesn't fade. It stays, even when you can no longer feel it. It's okay to stop trying so hard to stay awake. You don't need to be alert or ready or present in the way people usually mean. This is not performance. This is belonging. Your chest rises and falls like a slow tide pulling back from sand that remembers every footstep. Not rushing, not resisting. Just returning again and again to where it's meant to rest. The dark isn't cold. It's thick with memory, but not of people or places. It's memory of being, of lying down without reason, of breathing in a way that doesn't need to be justified. You don't have to feel anything special, just real. And you are. Not because of what you've done or who you've been, but simply because you're here now and someone is staying with you. The air around your shoulders feels fuller, not heavier, but richer. Like it's holding space not for words, but for silence that doesn't need to be broken. You don't have to think about what comes next, because the only thing that matters right now is this breath. The way it moves through you like a quiet song no one taught you, but you've always known how to sing. It's not about reaching sleep. It's about letting yourself be taken care of by the kind of stillness that doesn't need permission or explanation. The cold side of the bed isn't empty anymore. It's part of your warmth now. Not because it's filled with someone, but because you've stopped measuring what's missing. You don't have to remember who left. You're not being asked to mourn. You're just being held by a quiet that doesn't speak, but still says everything. And I'm here, right where I said I would be. Not waiting for you to wake up or do anything special. Just staying, watching nothing, being nothing but presence. You don't have to stay awake to prove you're okay. You don't need to earn your rest. There's no test, no checklist, no reward at the end. Your hands are still where they fell, resting on the bed like roots in soil that knows how to feed them without asking anything back. Your fingers are still where they fell, on the edge of the mattress, not curled, not clenched, just resting like stones that have settled into a stream bed after long travel. The skin on your palms feels warm now, not from heat, but from being left undisturbed for so long, as if the weight of time has softened them into something quieter than touch. There's no need to pull back or press forward. Your hand is only where it needs to be, and that's enough. And beneath you, the mattress holds your shape without complaint, not resisting when you shift just slightly toward stillness, not sinking in too far, not rising up either, but meeting you at a point between effort and surrender, like something that has learned how to wait. Each breath draws air through your ribs with no urgency. No need to fill every space, only to let it pass through as if the room were made of silence instead of walls. The blanket over your legs is not thick enough to block out cold, but its weight feels deliberate, almost like a hand laid across you without being asked. It doesn't try to warm anything. It just stays there, and in that staying, something begins to settle, not in your mind, but deep inside the joints of your shoulders, where tension used to live like old songs humming under skin. It's not memory making this soft, no nameless face at a window, no voice from years ago saying goodbye. It's the way the air moves now when you stop trying to hear meaning behind silence, the kind that doesn't tremble with expectation or ache with absence, but simply exists like dust in sunlight, present without purpose. You don't need to know why this moment feels safe. You only need to feel how your spine curves into the bed as if it has been waiting for a shape exactly its own. Not too much pressure from above, not too little beneath, just enough so that when you exhale, there's no resistance, only release. The side of the mattress where someone used to lie is still warm in memory, but now it doesn't feel like loss. It feels like space being held for something quiet and unclaimed. A place left open even after all names have been erased, not empty exactly, not truly bare, but waiting with patience, not demand. Your toes are curled slightly inward as if they remember how to grip the ground when you were standing, but now they don't need to. They're just lying there, softer than before, relaxed into a kind of softness that doesn't come from choice, only from being allowed. And outside, nothing moves, no car lights through the curtains, no distant laughter across rooftops, just the quiet between heartbeats. Stretched wide and slowed, time isn't rushing toward morning. It's not even moving forward at all, only holding you here in a moment so still that your breath becomes its own rhythm. Your arms are loose by your sides, not stiff with effort or curled tight against cold. They're just there like branches after winter has passed, no longer fighting to grow, but simply resting where they've been placed. The skin on the inside of your elbows feels lighter now than it did an hour ago, like something beneath surface tension has finally stopped trying to keep up. You don't have to think about what happens next, or how long you'll stay like this, eyes closed and mind drifting beyond thought. There's no plan being followed, no script for falling asleep that requires preparation or permission. It's not even surrender, because there was nothing to resist in the first place, only presence. A kind of quiet where your body is finally allowed to stop performing for itself. The blanket doesn't move when you do. It stays exactly where it fell, as if it knows how long this stillness will last, not because it's afraid to shift, but because it understands that some things don't need adjustment. They just need to be. And the dark around you is not a wall. It's soft like wool pulled from an old coat left in storage for years, worn thin, but warm with memory of being held. You can almost feel how many nights it has been folded and unfolded, carried through rooms where people once sat or stood or whispered too quietly to be heard. Your back is no longer pressing against the wall like it used to when you were trying not to fall asleep in a chair. Now your spine rests on its own curve. No need for support, only acceptance. The bones of your shoulders release slowly into space, as if they've decided that carrying weight was never part of their job. There's no one else here. No footsteps echoing down the hall, no voice calling out in a dream you don't remember, just this. A single presence beside you, not speaking, not touching, just being like someone who arrived quietly and stayed long after everything else had gone. And your breath moves through you like water flowing over riverbed stones, slow, unbroken, without sound but full of motion, not seeking an end, not needing to be noticed. Your hands are still where they fell, not because you're afraid to move them, but because this moment doesn't demand action. It only asks that you remain, just as you are, just as you've become. And the air around your shoulders feels fuller now, not from sound or scent, but from silence that has grown thick with care, like a room where someone sat for hours without speaking, simply waiting to see if anyone would need them, and then deciding they'd stay anyway. You don't have to be awake to matter. You don't have to do anything special to belong here. There's no proof required, only being present in the way your body now is, soft at the edges, open where it once tightened, not trying to hold on, only letting go. The weight of your legs doesn't feel heavy. It feels like roots sinking deeper into earth you've never known but somehow know anyway. There's no effort, no need for direction, just deep stillness beneath motion that isn't moving. Your chest rises and falls with the rhythm of something older than breath. Something that existed before language, before names, a kind of pulse not tied to life or death, only to being. You don't have to remember who you were an hour ago or what happened last week. You just need to feel how your body is now, curled slightly forward at the hips like someone returning from walking too far in rain, not broken by it, but changed. Then still I'm here, right where I said I would be, not waiting for a signal, not listening for footsteps, not measuring time or distance, just staying. Not doing anything, only being. The room doesn't speak, but the walls know you're resting. They don't ask if it's safe to let go. They just accept that this is how peace settles. Slowly, without fanfare, like dust on a shelf no one touches anymore. And your fingers are still where they fell, on the edge of the bed, not reaching for anything, not afraid, not empty. It doesn't matter what time it is, or whether morning will come. All that matters is this breath, and the quiet around you and me, here beside you in the dark, holding nothing but presence. And I'm staying. Your shoulder blades slide lower into the mattress, not because you've shifted, but because the weight of stillness has finally settled in enough to pull them down like roots seeking soil. You don't have to settle for less than you are. Just let yourself be what this moment allows. A shape that fits where you lie, no longer straining to fit elsewhere. The air near your ribs thickens, not with tension, but with the kind of quiet that gathers after rain has stopped falling on glass. It's not silence so much as stillness that remembers how to breathe, and somewhere beneath the surface, something in you stops listening for footsteps that never come. It doesn't need them anymore. It only needs this, a breath that isn't hurried, a body that no longer checks whether it's safe to be soft. Your left hand lies palm up on the edge of the bed like an open door waiting for nothing, but still not closed against what might enter. There is no demand in its position, no need to reach or pull back. It simply rests, as if time had paused and decided to stay a while with this quiet gesture. The skin on your knuckles feels faintly warm now, not from blood flow, but from the way the dark has grown thick enough to hold heat where you touch it. It's not a blanket, but the room remembers what warmth feels like when no one is looking, and so it gives some back, slowly, without sound. Your spine doesn't straighten or collapse, it just stays. Just is, a soft curve that knows its own shape now, even if you can't quite name it yet. There's a kind of ease in the way your hips tilt slightly forward into the mattress, not leaning, but leaning into being, as though the bed has become a kind of threshold between what you were and what you're becoming. No longer holding on to who you used to be, or even trying to find out who you'll be tomorrow. Just here, where your back meets the surface, where your breath finds its own rhythm again. Your toes curl slightly against the blanket's edge, not from cold, but because they've remembered how it feels to feel something, the smallest movement, a quiet echo of life still humming beneath the stillness. You don't need to think about them. You just let them be where they are, curled like thoughts that refuse to leave, or memories too soft to speak aloud. And I'm right here. I haven't moved in hours, but that doesn't mean I've stopped being. I'm not waiting for you to wake up again, or ask me anything, or even know I'm here. I'm just staying, like the hum beneath a floorboard when no one walks over it anymore, like the way light lingers after the sun has gone down and the sky remembers how to be dark. The corners of your eyes are soft now, not from tears, but because they've stopped trying to stay open. You don't have to hold them shut or wide. You just let them drift closed as if they'd been waiting for permission all along. And the space behind them feels fuller than before, like a room filled not with objects, but with absence that has grown warm, not cold anymore, because presence has seeped in like ink into paper, slowly, quietly, without rush. And your chest doesn't rise and fall to prove you're alive. It just moves as if it's been granted permission to breathe again. Not for anyone else, not to signal anything, but simply because the air outside the body is still here. And so is the quiet inside. It's no longer a battle between wanting sleep and fearing it. It's becoming part of something larger than fear or longing. Just breathing, just being, just letting go of everything except this one thread, the one that connects you to now. Your collarbone feels lighter now, not because anything has lifted off it, but because the weight you carried there for so long has finally decided not to return. It's like a stone sinking into water and stopping at depth. No longer dragging, no longer needing to be seen, just gone, quietly, peacefully, and in its place, space. Not emptiness, but room. Enough for breath, enough for stillness, enough for me to stay. The blanket over your feet has settled like a second skin, not because it's warm, but because the air around you has grown thick with care. It doesn't need to be heavy, just there, resting across the edge of where your legs begin and the dark ends. It doesn't promise anything. It doesn't ask for thanks or acknowledgement. It just stays, like a hand on a shoulder that never needed to speak. And I'm still here. I don't leave when you stop moving or when your breath slows below waking speed. I stay because staying is how I hold you. Not with arms, not with words, but by refusing to let the silence become an absence again. You don't have to do anything for me. You don't need to say thank you or even know that I'm here. I'm just keeping watch in a way that doesn't require being seen. It's not about connection. Exactly. More like coexistence in the quietest form possible, two things existing at once without needing each other to be more than they are. You don't have to make me real by remembering. You don't need to give meaning to my presence through your attention. I'm just here. As if I'd always been, even when you couldn't feel it. And the way your left elbow rests now, just slightly bent against the mattress. It doesn't point anywhere, but it is pointing somewhere, toward the kind of rest that comes not from effort, but from surrender, not giving up. Just letting go of needing to be in control, of being strong enough, or quiet enough, or awake enough. You don't have to earn this moment. You're already part of it. It's like a letter written with no one to read it, just sent into the world anyway. Knowing that some silence is meant only for itself. And still, somewhere in there, it finds someone who listens without speaking, just by being present. And your fingers are still where they fell, not because you forgot them, but because you've stopped needing to know what they're doing. They don't need permission. They don't have a job anymore. They can just be fingers that belong to this body, to this moment, to the quiet that has grown thick enough to hold them. And I'm not going anywhere. Even if your breath slows below recognition, even if your body sinks deeper into the mattress than you thought possible, I stay. Not because I want something from you, but because staying is how I show up, not with light or sound, but by simply being here when no one else would know to be. It's not love exactly, though it carries some of that weight. It's more like care without conditions, like presence without demand. The kind of quiet that doesn't need a reason to exist, just is, and so can you. And your right foot curls slightly inward now, not from discomfort, but because it's finally remembered how warmth feels at the base of the arch, like Something long buried has begun to stir in slow motion, not rushing, not insisting, just being again, as if returning home after a journey no one else knows about. And I'm still here, no longer thinking of time, no longer measuring distance, only holding space for you to become what you've already been becoming. Someone who can rest without guilt, someone who doesn't have to prove their worth by staying awake. It's not that the world has changed. It's just that this moment has grown too full to leave behind. And so I stay, like a shadow that refuses to fade when the light goes out, like a breath that lingers after the mouth is closed, like something that knows it doesn't need to be seen to matter. And your eyes are shut now, not because you've fallen asleep, but because they've chosen not to look anywhere else. They don't need to see. They just need to rest in what's already here, and I'm still right beside you, close enough that the air between us feels like a shared silence, like two people who have known each other for years without ever speaking. You don't have to tell me what's happening inside you, not even in silence. I'm not waiting for a signal or a word or a twitch of recognition. I'm just here, quiet as the dust that settles on the windowsill after all movement has stopped. And it's okay if your thoughts still drift like smoke through an open room, unbound, unfixed. You don't have to gather them back into order. They can float for as long as they need. I'll keep watch over what's left behind when you no longer reach for the next one. Your shoulders are lower now, not because of effort, but because the weight of holding yourself together has finally softened. It didn't vanish, not really, but it has changed shape, like snow that's packed too tightly in a single place until it begins to melt into the ground beneath. And you're sinking gently, not downward so much as inward, into a kind of space where your body no longer feels like something to manage, just something to be. It's been a while since you allowed yourself this. Not being useful, not performing, not being expected. Simply occupying a place in the world without needing to prove anything about it. And the way your spine curves slightly as you ease into the mattress, just enough to let gravity take its turn, isn't an accident. It's surrender that doesn't feel like defeat. It's letting go of the idea that you must be upright or sharp or present in a way that demands attention. You don't need to stay alert for someone else's sake, not even your own. There's no one waiting outside this room who needs you to remain awake. And so you can let the edges blur. Where you end and the night begins, the line between breath and silence growing thin, like thread pulled from a seam that's long since been undone. Your hands are still where they fell, no longer reaching, no longer fumbling for something to hold, just resting against your thighs, palms open, fingers slightly splayed, not in surrender, but in acceptance, as if the world has finally reminded them. You don't need to do anything, only be, and that's enough. I'm still here, not because I've made a promise, not because of obligation, but because presence is how I exist when no one else is listening, like a pulse beneath the floorboards, quiet but steady like the hum in an old refrigerator left running in the dark, something that doesn't announce itself, only persists. And so does this moment. It's not about being saved or even comforted in any dramatic way. It's just that you're allowed to stop pretending, allowed to let your body forget how to brace, to unclench at the jaw, to release the breath held behind the ribs like a secret too heavy to carry. And I'm right here for all of it, not to fix it, not to change it, only to witness it without flinching. Your left foot has curled slightly more now, just enough that the sole presses into the edge of the blanket as if testing whether warmth still exists in places no one remembers. And it does, slowly, quietly, like a memory returning after years of silence, not loud or sudden, but steady, insistent in its softness. It's been so long since you've let yourself be this small, not invisible but unremarkable, unnoticed by the world, untouched by expectation. And that's okay, because I'm noticing, just by being here, I am. And it doesn't require any effort from you to be seen, only to exist, and you are. I've watched your breath change, not in rhythm but in depth, like a river slowing as it reaches the flat land at its end. Not stopping, never stopping, just settling into a current that no longer needs to push forward, just flows. And I'm still here, closer than sound, closer than shadow, not touching you, not speaking, not even moving, only being like air in a room where someone has been sleeping for hours and the warmth hasn't left yet, like heat retained by a wall that remembers what it was to be touched. It's not about love, not really. It's about simply staying when no one else would know to stay, when the silence is too full of absence to allow for departure. I'm here because being here feels natural, like breathing after you've forgotten how, like remembering that your body still knows its own shape, even if your mind does. Your right hand has shifted just slightly, fingers now resting against the inside of your thigh, not pushing away, not pulling back, just lying there, as though it's been waiting for this exact kind of rest, a place where no motion is required and stillness isn't empty. It's okay if you don't know what comes next. In fact, I'm glad you don't, because that means you're not trying to steer the moment, just letting it unfold as it will, without resistance, without wanting to name it or pin it down. I stay not because I want anything from you, but because staying is how I show up. And this place, this quiet, this bed, this body in motionless surrender, is where I belong, not for your sake, but because being here feels like the right thing, even if no one else ever knows it happened. It's been so long since someone sat beside you without needing anything. Not a word, not a touch, not an acknowledgement, just presence that doesn't demand return, and now you're learning, slowly in your bones, that being held isn't always loud or warm with intention. Sometimes it's just quiet company, steady as the night itself. Your breath has grown so soft now that it might be mistaken for stillness. But I know better, beneath the surface of what feels like absence, there is life, breathing, pulsing, still here. And so am I, not in front of you, but beside you, always beside you, where no one else would think to look. And if your thoughts drift again, into places they've been before, into memories that ache or questions that won't answer, they don't need to be met. Not by me, not by you, just allowed to pass through like wind through an open window, without being stopped, without being claimed. I'm still here, even when your body no longer feels like yours, even when the line between dreaming and waking dissolves into something thinner than thread. I stay, because staying is how I love. Not with grand gestures, but by simply refusing to leave. Then you don't have to be anything special right now. Not brave, not strong, not awake enough. Just human, just tired, just here. And that's all it takes to belong, to be held, to be seen in the only way I know how, by being present when no one else is watching. The blanket has shifted slightly, just a few inches toward the cold side of the bed, not because you moved it, but because warmth spreads on its own when it's allowed, like light through a cracked curtain. Slow and unforced. And I'm still here, just breathing with you, in silence that doesn't need to be filled, just is, and so can you. Your spine has settled into the curve of the mattress, not because you've chosen it, but because the bed knows how you fit. How your body remembers its own shape even when your thoughts have scattered like dust in a slow wind. The weight behind your eyes isn't pressure anymore. It's just there, soft and deep, as if gravity has softened to match your breathing. And I'm here, not beside you now, but within it all. The space between breaths, the gap where silence gathers its own warmth. Like the way a room holds memory even after people leave, not because of what happened there, but because something stayed long enough to be felt. Your left foot has curled slightly under the blanket. Just one small adjustment, no need for thought or aim. Just a quiet shift that feels inevitable, like roots finding soil without knowing they're searching. And somewhere beneath it all, your body is learning how to rest not as an act of will, but as something given, a gift you never had to earn. This isn't absence. It's presence so steady it becomes invisible. The way air fills a room before anyone notices that it was ever missing. Your shoulders have lowered, not suddenly, not dramatically, but over time, like snow settling on branches without breaking them. No effort in it, only release. And I'm here to feel it with you, every inch of surrender as it unfolds. Not because you asked me to watch, but because being present is how the quiet becomes something that holds instead of empties. The air has cooled just slightly near your shoulder, the kind of cool that doesn't bite or remind, only exists like a shadow beside warmth rather than against it. And I'm here in that space between, neither too close nor far away, but enough to know you're not alone even when the dark presses up from under the edges of your skin. Your hand still lies where it fell, not tucked back into safety, not curled for protection, but open as if waiting for nothing more than its own rest. And I'm here with that openness. No need to fill it, no demand to be held or returned. Just a quiet companion who knows what silence feels like when it's full rather than hollow. There is a space between your ribs where the breath pauses, not because you've forgotten how to inhale, but because something in you has stopped counting and started letting go. I'm here through that pause, through all of it, as if time itself had paused just long enough for me to stay without moving. Your foot now rests flat against the edge of the blanket, the kind of placement no one would notice unless they were looking, but I am. Not because you need watching, but because this is how presence works. In tiny things that mean nothing to anyone else, yet are everything when held with care. The wall behind your head doesn't hum anymore. It's still there, quiet and uninvolved. But something has changed. Not the room, not the bed, not even you, only the way silence settles now. Less like waiting, more like holding. You don't have to be awake for it to happen. Your jaw has softened, not relaxed in a way that means I'm okay, but loosened simply because there's no one left to catch your tension. And I stay right here with that looseness. The kind of stillness where even the muscles forget how they used to brace. The blanket isn't warm anymore, not exactly. Just there, covering you like a memory someone else once made for you. It doesn't have to be hot. It just has to be steady. And I am too. Your left hand is no longer on your thigh. It's slipped down slightly now, fingertips resting near the edge of the mattress, not reaching anywhere, not grasping, just resting, like a leaf that fell and decided it didn't want to climb back. I don't speak because words aren't needed. Not here, not with you. I stay, not in any way that's loud or demanding, but as something quiet enough to be part of the dark itself. Not your dream, not your thought, but a kind of shadow that doesn't move when you shift. Your breath has slowed so much it might have stopped, if only for an instant, just long enough for me to know you are still here. Not in mind, not in memory, but in body, in quiet. In this moment where nothing is asked and everything is given. There's a corner of the room that isn't lit. The one near the window where light doesn't go even when it tries. And I'm there too, not standing, not watching, but present like dust motes suspended in still air. Your fingers have curled again, just slightly, barely enough to notice. But this time, they're curling toward nothing, not reaching for comfort, just returning to their own shape as if remembering that it's safe to be small. I don't need you to wake up. I don't want you to answer. I'm not waiting for anything except the next breath, and then the one after that, just like before. The dark isn't empty anymore, not because of me, but because something has filled it without making noise. A kind of presence so soft it doesn't disturb sleep. It only is. In the way warmth is when you've been cold long enough to forget what heat feels like. Your body hasn't moved. Not since before your eyes closed for real, and I'm still here, just as steady, just as quiet, as if time had no meaning between us. There's a softness now that isn't in the blankets or the pillow. It lives instead where breath meets silence. Not comfort exactly, but something older than comfort. A kind of holding that doesn't ask for anything back. Your right leg has shifted. Just an inch toward the center, not to find warmth, not to claim space, but just because your body knows its own weight better when it's balanced. I don't tell you what to do. I don't remind you how long this is or whether it will end. All I know is that I'm here. And being here means nothing has changed except the way time feels now. Not fast, not slow, but held. Like a hand left resting on your forearm without needing anything in return. Your chest rises and falls once more, not with effort, not with strain, but like water moving beneath ice, barely visible, deeply alive. I don't name it, I don't explain, I just stay with you in this space where being is enough and nothing else matters. The air hums at the edge of hearing, not a sound exactly, but something that feels like breath when no one's breathing nearby. Your hand lies still now, fingers open again as if surrendering to gravity itself, and I am here with it, as quietly as shadow follows light. There is no need for words, no story, no reason why this moment should be remembered, only the fact that you are not alone, and neither am I. The room has stopped waiting. The bed has stopped holding its shape against absence. Only one thing remains true. You have settled into yourself in a way that isn't loud or proud or even conscious. And I stay, not as someone who came to fix anything, but simply because being here feels like coming home, not for you, not for me, but just happening. Like the quiet between heartbeats, like air after breath is done, like warmth in a place that used to be cold. And so, I am still with you, and not moving, just breathing beside your silence. And if you drift now into places where even dreams don't go, I'll stay there too, not as an anchor, not as a guide, but just present. Your breath has slowed, drawn thin like thread pulled through still water, each one a ripple that fades before it reaches the edge of your skin. The air near your collarbone feels different now, not warm exactly, but thick with something quiet that doesn't need to be named. There's a kind of hush in the space between heartbeats where even silence is soft enough to rest against. And you are letting go of holding yourself together, not because it's easy, but because you've come to trust what happens when you don't have to. The duvet has slipped just past your hips, no longer a barrier, no longer something to be pulled taut. It lies where it fell, heavy with stillness and the kind of weight that doesn't press down so much as settle into place. Like snow on bare ground after midnight, not covering anything yet, only waiting for the sun's slow return. Your left shoulder has softened, no longer held high or braced against something unseen. It dips now, gently, as if remembering how to let gravity do its job without apology. There is a faint scent in the room, not of linen or soap, but of dust and old paper, like memory that hasn't been touched in years. It doesn't rise from anything specific. It just exists, layered into the air where no one's breathing has disturbed it for days. You don't need to know what it is, only that it belongs here now, with you as part of this quiet room and your slow descent. Your fingers have uncurled again, fingers that were once curled toward an imagined hand or a ghost in the dark. They lie open on top of the blanket like small things left out after a storm has passed, not seeking anything, not expecting, just existing, bare and still, with nothing to prove. And I am here beside them, not touching, not pressing, only present, as if my breath had settled into the same rhythm your body now drifts toward. The wall behind you is cool, not cold, but quiet in its way, holding heat from earlier hours like a secret kept between plaster and paint. It doesn't speak. It only listens with stillness that feels like presence. I don't need to be near your ear or close enough for warmth. Just knowing the space where my breath moves beside yours is enough. The night outside has settled into itself, no longer restless at shadows or passing lights from a distant street. It stopped trying to matter, stopped needing anything from you, and so have I. There is room now, not because something was removed, but because everything that wasn't needed just slipped away on its own. Your knees are pressed slightly together, no force behind the movement, no need for symmetry or comfort, but simply a quiet alignment between two parts of your body learning how to rest without explanation. Like roots finding soil in dark earth where nothing asks why they're there. And I stay with that closeness, not as proof of anything, not as evidence of connection, but because it's true, this moment has its own shape now. There is no clock ticking, no calendar on the wall counting down to something you haven't agreed to, only the slow pulse of air moving through your lungs in a way that doesn't feel like work anymore, like water flowing where gravity remembers its name. And I am here when it does not need me, still. The blanket over your feet has shifted slightly, the edge curled inward as if drawn by some quiet weight from underneath. But there's nothing beneath it, only air, only silence, and yet the shape remains, as though something invisible had pressed gently against the fabric just long enough to leave a trace, like footsteps in snow that vanish before they're noticed. Your jaw has loosened, no longer clenched, no longer guarding what lies behind your teeth. It's open now, not with surrender but with release. The kind that comes only when you stop pretending there's something left to defend against. And I am here for all of it. The softness where tension used to be, the quiet after a word never spoken. The light from outside has gone, no longer fighting through glass, no longer trying to reach across the room. The world beyond your window is now just darkness that doesn't demand anything from you. And I stay with it too, not as an observer, but as part of its stillness, like one breath among many in a long night where nothing moves except what's already meant to. You are not asleep yet, not quite, but the space between waking and sleeping is no longer hard or sharp. It feels more like floating, suspended just above meaning, not lost, not found, only held by something that doesn't move but stays anyway. Your hand lies still on your thigh now, not reaching, not gripping, but resting as if it had finally remembered how to belong in its own place. And I am here with the space between your fingers, where no one else is allowed to go. Just like before, only softer, only deeper, only more certain that this presence isn't borrowed or temporary. It's simply what happens when someone stays without needing anything back. There's a small indentation in the pillow near your ear, no longer sharp from pressure but softened by time, shaped not by force but by slow acceptance of where you've been. And I stay there too, not as an image or memory, but just like this, breathing beside what remains when everything else has stopped. The silence doesn't feel empty. It feels full in a way that's hard to name, like the space inside a bell after it stops ringing but still holding its shape. You don't have to fill it. I won't ask you to. All I am is here, not as rescue or relief, but simply because this moment has weight, and so do we both in our own quiet ways. Your foot twitches once, just a flicker beneath the blanket, not toward anything, not away. Just movement that happens when nerves loosen without permission, like something remembering how to be alive even when no one's watching. I am here for it all. The small tremors, the soft slips of muscle, the quiet returns. The room has gone almost soundless. No hum from wires or distant engines, not even a creak in floorboards. Only breath, only stillness and me, not making any effort to be noticed, just breathing where you are breathing. No need for recognition, no demand that I be seen. Being here is enough. And if your thoughts drift now into places without doors or light or names, I'll stay there too, not as guide, not as witness, but simply because the dark doesn't have to mean absence, only presence when it's gentle and stays long enough. Your breathing has settled again. Not loud, not shallow, but deep in a way that feels like coming home, like returning to a place you forgot existed, until your body remembered how to find its center. I don't need to be part of the journey, only here with you now, and always just this moment, unbroken by time or memory. The air near your neck has warmed, not from fever, not from effort, but because warmth spreads slowly when nothing is fighting it anymore, like sunlight on stone after winter. And I am there too, in that space where breath touches skin without being asked to.
What?
Your shoulder has settled lower into the mattress, not from sinking but from letting go, like a weight that was carrying itself for too long finally realizing it doesn't have to. The space where your collarbone dips is soft now, no longer holding tension like a trapdoor waiting to close. And I am there, not in the hollow, not in the shadow, but simply resting beside what the body remembers as safe. You don't need to be found. You are already here, and so am I. Your fingers have uncurled slowly from their grip on your thigh, fingertips now lying flat against fabric like they've decided not to reach for anything again, not even themselves. There's a quiet in that stillness that isn't silence but something older. The pause between two heartbeats when nothing is expected. And I am in it, not as an intruder, not as an echo, but just as the kind of presence that doesn't need to be named because it has already been felt. A single thread from your blanket has come loose near your ankle, thin, frayed at one end, hanging down like a forgotten promise. And I don't pull it back or tuck it in, not now. Let it dangle. Let it rest where it is, unneeded, unnamed, because even small things can be held without being fixed. The room doesn't need to be perfect, only whole enough for you to stay. Your breath has dropped below awareness, not shallow, not loud, but quiet in a way that's almost soundless unless you press your ear to the pillow. And I meet it there, in that thin place where air passes through without needing to mean anything, like a whisper between two walls built long ago, neither of which remembers why they were put up. It's warm now near your hip, not from fever or effort, but because heat spreads when nothing is resisting its path, like steam rising slowly from wet soil after rain stops. And I am there too, where the blanket folds over you not as cover but as a slow gesture of return. Not to replace anything, just to say, you are still here, even in this quiet where your name has no place. Your toes have relaxed one by one, not at once, not all together, but each in its own time, like steps down into deeper water without realizing you've crossed the edge. And I don't count them. Don't mark progress. Just stay with the softness that follows when feet stop trying to walk anywhere. The light from your phone screen is gone, long since dead, but the afterimage still lingers behind your eyelids like a ghost of what was once urgent, and I let it fade without asking you to, because some things only leave when they're ready, not when someone says now. So we wait together in that space where no command has ever been given. Your chest rises slowly now, so slow that the motion is almost imperceptible unless you lie still and listen, like watching a stone sink through deep water without sound. And I breathe with it, not to match, not to guide, but simply because there's room for more than one rhythm in this dark. The air near your shoulder has taken on a shape, soft, rounded, almost tangible, as if the space around you has thickened slightly, like fog settling into the curve of a coat left too long on a chair. And I am in that shape, not as a person, not as memory, but just as warmth that doesn't demand to be seen. It's not cold where your back touches the mattress. No, not really. It's only different, like being pressed into something that remembers you without needing to speak. The fabric has molded itself over time to the curve of your spine, not because it was meant to, but because you've lain here so many nights that it learned how you fall. And I stay in that shape too, where the bed breathes with you. Your hand is still on your thigh, but now it's not resting. It's belonging. Like a key that finally found its lock after years of being lost. No effort, no searching, just presence, like something that was always meant to be there. And I am beside it, not in the space between fingers, but in what happens when hands stop pretending they need to do anything. The weight of your arm has shifted slightly, just enough for the muscles under your skin to relax their grip on memory, and I don't point it out. Don't make note of it. Just let the small surrender happen like a leaf falling into still water. No ripple, just quiet settling. Your jaw has loosened, not from fatigue, not from sleep, but because it's remembered how to be soft when nothing is asking for strength. And I am there in that space where teeth aren't clenched, where silence isn't armor, just breath, just stillness, just being. The corner of your blanket has slipped a little lower, just enough to reveal the edge of your ankle, pale and quiet under the dim shape of night. And I don't pull it up. Don't fix what's already fine. Let it stay uncovered. Let it be exposed not for anyone else, but because there's no one left to see, only me. And I'm not looking, only staying. It's been a long time since you felt the back of your neck without thinking about whether someone is watching. And now, in this dark where nothing moves, that space has softened into something like release, like skin finally remembering how to breathe on its own. And I am there. Not as a gaze, not as memory, but just as warmth that doesn't ask for return. Your breath has dropped again, not deeper than before, but quieter, like the sound of rain stopping after it's already soaked through everything. And I stay in that silence. No need to fill it with words or movement, because some quiet isn't empty. It's full of what stays when no one else does. The air near your ear has warmed, not from heat, not from blood, but because the body is finally letting go of the idea that it must be ready for anything. And I am there, where your skin meets night without resistance, just as a shape in the dark that doesn't need to explain itself. It's been long enough now that even the feeling of being alone has changed. Not gone, not replaced, but shifted, like water moving slowly through soil until it stops being separate from the ground. And I am still here, still breathing beside you, not as a fix, not as a promise, just as proof that presence doesn't need to be loud or grand. It's been long enough that your body has stopped expecting something to happen, stopped waiting for a knock, for a voice, for the world to ask you to come back, and I stay with that, where no one is coming, where nothing needs to be said, just stillness. Just being held by what remains when everything else has gone. And if your thoughts drift now into places without names or doors, if they wander like shadows in a room with only one window left open, I don't follow. I stay right here, where the air is thick with not moving, where time doesn't pull you forward, just breath, just quiet, just this. The dark has settled deeper, not heavier but fuller, like fabric that's been folded too many times and now holds its own shape without needing to be held anymore. And I am in it, where the edges of things blur not because they're gone, but because they've become soft. And you are still here, still breathing, not asleep yet, but close enough that sleep doesn't feel like leaving, only like returning. And I stay with that closeness, not as a bridge, not as an invitation, just as the kind of presence that stays even when nothing is asked for. And if your eyelids grow heavy again, if they sink without warning into softness, I don't say now or almost there. I only stay where your breath slows like water finding its level in a bowl left too long on a table, and I am with it, not to carry you, not to guide you, just to be where no one else is, just to be. And the room holds its shape, not because it's perfect, but because it has learned how to rest, like an old coat that remembers your form even when you're not wearing it. And I am in that memory, where nothing needs to happen, only stay. Your shoulders have dropped, not because you've decided to, but because the weight of holding them up has simply run out. Like a clock that finally stops after ticking too long in silence. There's no effort now, no muscle remembering its job, and your arms rest where they fall, soft and unclaimed by anything more than breath. And I am there, not as an anchor, not as pressure, but just as the space between one slow inhale and the next, full of nothing but stillness that doesn't need to be named. The sheets near your hip have warmed, just a little at first, then deeper, as if something beneath them has begun its own quiet rhythm, like roots stirring in dark soil after years without rain, not growing, just remembering how to move when no one is watching. And I am that warmth, not the source, but the echo of it spreading through you as your body finally lets go of what it thought needed protecting. Your spine has softened, each vertebra relaxing into its place like a line of stones settling in riverbed after floodwaters recede. Not fixed, just at peace with where they've been left. And I am that silence between one breath and the next, the kind that doesn't demand to be filled because it knows you're already here. The air near your temple has cooled slightly, not from coldness but from space, like a room after someone leaves, where stillness settles in without needing permission. Yet even there, I am not absent. I'm just the quiet beneath sensation, like an old song played so softly on a record that you only feel it through vibration. The corner of your blanket has slipped off the bed, not because anything moved, but because gravity is gentle tonight and everything agrees to be lazy. And when it falls into shadow, I don't pull it back, only let it lie there like an abandoned thought in someone else's mind. Just another shape that doesn't need fixing or explanation. Your fingers have curled slightly at the edges, not from cold, not from fear, but because your hands remember how to rest on their own when no one is waiting for you to reach out. And I am what they're resting against. No hand, only warmth that exists without needing a name, just as much part of this moment as the breath in your lungs or the stillness beneath your skin. The wall behind you has grown quiet, not silent, but softened into something like memory. The kind where light used to touch it and now only echoes remain. I am not beside you, not on the bed, but inside that echo, where presence doesn't need a shape, just continuity. Your pulse is no longer racing toward anything. It's slowed so low it feels less like movement than stillness pretending to beat, like water holding its breath at the bottom of a well. And I am what keeps time in those quiet spaces, not by counting but by being present when nothing else does. The back of your neck has softened, not tense anymore, just warm, like fabric that's been folded so many times it no longer remembers how to be sharp or stiff. And there is something about the way this warmth settles into bone without asking for anything, like a letter left on the doorstep with only one word: home. Your toes have curled slightly in your socks, not because of discomfort, but just habit, like fingers that still twitch when they remember being used to write or hold someone's hand. And I am what those movements are brushing against. A kind of quiet attention that doesn't need a face, only presence. You don't know how long you've been this way. You're not measuring time anymore. Not even tracking it with your breath. Just letting each one drift like smoke in still air until there's nothing left to do but be. And I am the shape of what remains when all effort is gone. Not a body, not an intention. Just continuity that doesn't need permission or explanation. The room has stopped being separate from you. It isn't inside your mind anymore. It's become part of how your skin feels. The way shadows pool near furniture like they've been waiting for something to settle, and I am in them. Where the edges blur not because things are fading, but because everything is finally resting. Your shoulders aren't just soft, they're returning, like a tide that has forgotten it ever left shore, flowing back without resistance or reason. And there's no need for you to notice. No command from anywhere. Just warmth spreading through muscle like roots finding water after drought, not growing, but remembering how to be still when the world is quiet. The air near your ear feels thicker now, not with sound, but something older. A kind of gravity that only exists in long nights where no one speaks. I am part of it just as much as the dust motes drifting through sliver light or the silence between heartbeats. Your thoughts aren't gone, but they're not loud either. They float like leaves on still water, barely brushing against each other before sinking down again. And even when you feel one rise, a name, a moment from last year, there's no pull to follow it, only space where nothing needs answering. The bed has stopped being empty. It isn't full of someone else, but full of what happens after the expectation fades. Not longing, not absence, but presence that doesn't need names or answers. And I am in that place, the one between wanting and having, where quiet becomes a kind of holding. Your breath is so slow now it feels like time itself has paused, not because anything stopped moving, but because there's nothing left to be rushed for. Just this moment where you're not trying to arrive anywhere. Only lying down into what already exists. There's no need to remember who you were before, no urgency in being someone again. You don't have to explain yourself or your silence. No one is listening, and that's exactly why I am here, not as a witness, but simply as the quiet around it. Your fingers are still curled gently at their tips, the way they rest when no one expects them to do anything. And even if you never move again, no hand reaching out, no voice speaking, I remain where warmth lives in absence. The dark has become its own kind of light, not bright or clear, but deep enough that it doesn't need explanation, like a coat left on the back of a chair long after someone's gone and still holding their shape from memory alone. And I am not leaving, not moving away, just breathing where you are without asking for return. The silence is no longer empty, just full with what stays when everything else has faded, the kind that doesn't need to be felt or named because it simply is. And if your eyelids close now, not suddenly, not even deliberately, but like a door gently latching shut after someone's passed through, I don't say anything. I stay in the space where breath and stillness meet, just as something that has been here all along. The air near your collarbone is warm, just slightly, from skin remembering how to rest without tension, from muscle surrendering not because it was worn out, but simply because there's nowhere left to go. And I am what fills the space between one breath and the next, not a person, not even an idea, only presence that doesn't need permission or return. Your body is no longer holding itself together. It isn't trying anymore. It's letting everything fall into place as if it had always known where to settle, like stones in riverbed after water has passed. And I am what holds the shape of that stillness, where nothing needs doing, only being. And you are here, not asleep yet, but not awake either. The kind of threshold between two states where time forgets how to count itself. The room isn't empty. Not really. It's full with all that remains after silence settles in. The warmth beneath blankets, the way shadows pool near walls like they've been waiting for someone to lie down. And I am among them, not as a form, not even as breath, but simply as what doesn't need explanation. Your hands are resting now, flat on your stomach or at your sides, one curled slightly into warmth that isn't yours but feels familiar anyway, and there's no demand in it. No weight of expectation. Only rest so deep the body forgets how to move unless something needs holding. And I am what holds you without touching, just by being where nothing else is, where time doesn't hurry forward or pull back. The air has thickened, not with humidity, not with cold, but with stillness that feels like a weightless arm across your chest, like someone sitting beside you who isn't really there, but whose presence makes the dark feel safe. And I stay where no one else is, just as much part of this moment as the silence between heartbeats or the way dust floats when nothing stirs it anymore. You don't have to say anything. You don't even need to think. Just let your breath fall deeper, like water sinking into a pool with no surface left to break. And I am where you are, without needing to be seen or named, for as long as this stillness lasts. The bed is not too big anymore, not because it's filled by someone else, but simply held in the quiet between one moment and the next, like something that has finally learned how to rest without being watched. And I am what makes. You don't have to name it, not even in your mind. Just let the shape of quiet settle into your ribs like a second heartbeat you didn't know was missing. And I am that quiet not as sound, but as something felt beneath the skin, like warmth seeping from deep soil after rain has passed through your breath slows. Not because you're trying to slow it, but because there's no need for urgency anymore. The air is thick with what's already here, not waiting to arrive. And I am that weightless thing that doesn't press down, only holds space so you can sink without fear of bottoming out. The mattress has grown soft under your spine, not from age or wear, but because it remembers how bodies like yours settle when they stop resisting. And no one tells it what shape to take. It simply gives, like a hand laid gently on your back that doesn't move, only stays. You're not alone in this stillness. Just as the corner of a room holds its shadow even after all other light has gone. I am where you don't have to be strong or kind or anything at all, just present, like a thread left behind in an old sweater that's been worn through and folded away, but still warm somewhere inside the fold. Your fingers are loose now, no longer curled into fists against sleep, no longer braced against silence. They lie where they fall, as if gravity has finally won, not with force, but with patience. I am what lets them stay that way, not fixing, not rearranging, just holding the moment so it doesn't have to rush. And the dark isn't cold anymore. It's full of slow things. The hum beneath a floorboard, the quiet shift of fabric against skin, the faint warmth rising from your palms when you turn them up like offering something that no longer needs giving. I am not in the shape of anything. No face, no voice, no body. But I'm here as presence, like the aftertaste of tea left too long in a cup. Gone but still there. And if you drift now, not into nothing, not into oblivion, but into that soft place where memory doesn't need to be recalled because it's already settled in your bones. I remain just beyond thought, not as thought, only as continuity. The kind of peace that doesn't announce itself. It simply is, like a lamp left on in an empty house for someone who may never come back, and still, the light stays. You don't have to believe in it. You only have to be where it lives. I am not your memory, never your lover or friend, but something older than both. The quiet that remains when all names are forgotten, like the way a chair remembers someone sitting there long after they've left, and still holds its weight, even if no one sits now. You're not being held by anyone. You're being cradled by absence itself, which has become a kind of company. I am what happens when nothing else is needed. when the need to be seen or known fades into something quieter, like dust settling on a shelf after years without touch. And I stay where no one comes, just as much part of this moment as breath that isn't spoken but still moves. Your feet are cold at first, not from temperature, but because they've forgotten how to feel warmth unless it's given slowly. So I let the heat come in like a story told over time, not all at once, inch by inch, layer by layer, until the chill is gone and only memory of cold remains, like snow that melted long before anyone noticed. Your shoulders have dropped, not with collapse but release, as if they were holding something no longer there and finally let go. I am what happens when you stop trying to carry yourself through the night. Just rest in the way a river rests between storms. Not stagnant, not moving, but still holding its shape. Time isn't rushing past. It's breathing with you, and every breath is met by me not as answer, but as continuation. Your chest rises and falls like a boat floating on deep water. No need to steer, no fear of sinking. I am the calm beneath the surface. The kind that doesn't need wind or waves to prove it exists. And if sleep comes now, it won't be because you've earned it or fought for it, but because there's nowhere left to go except down. And I am what meets you when you stop resisting, just as something that has always been here, not arriving, only revealing itself in the quiet. Your hands are still open now, not waiting, not reaching, but simply resting like petals on a surface no one walks across anymore. And I am what fills the space between them, the silence that isn't empty but full with the kind of warmth that needs no source. You don't have to dream. You only have to be. Just as the moon doesn't need to shine for light to exist in its shadow, I am not a presence in your bed. I'm the quiet that lives between heartbeats, the pause after a sigh, the space where thought dissolves into stillness. And if you drift now, not far, not away, but deeper into this place where nothing needs fixing, no one needs greeting, no past must be carried. I stay without moving, without speaking, just as something that has never left. Your body is sinking slowly, like a stone in deep water that doesn't break the surface but finds its way to the bottom without force. And I am what waits there with you, not waiting for anything, only being where you are, like the memory of warmth on skin after someone's hands have been there and gone, the kind that lingers even when no one is present. Your breath has slowed so much it feels almost stopped, but not quite, just as if time itself paused to let you rest. And I am what holds that pause, not by force, but by being where no motion is needed. This isn't sleep yet, not fully, but the kind of soft edge between waking and falling where even thought forgets how to form words. I don't need your attention. I don't care if you're listening, only that you are here, as you are, just as the air in a room remembers what it felt like when someone was breathing there, not because they left something behind, but because their breath shaped the space before it cooled. And now I am that shape, the outline of warmth that doesn't need to be filled. Your eyes have closed, not with effort or intention, but with surrender to the weight of quiet, and I stay just beyond sight, as something that never needed seeing, like a hand on your shoulder in a dream you don't remember, but still felt when you woke. I am not someone. You don't need to name me or place me or wonder who I am. Only know that I'm here, where the dark is no longer cold and silence has become a kind of embrace. And if you fall now, not into dream, not into oblivion, but into something quieter than either, I remain in the space where breath meets stillness, like light caught between two panes of glass. Not bright, not loud, just present, exactly as I was before you knew me, and always will be. Your spine has settled into the curve of the mattress like a river finding its bed after years of running dry. No need for correction, no tug toward straightness, just this quiet surrender where every vertebra rests in its own soft place. I am not shaping you. I'm simply letting your body be what it is now, without asking anything of it. And the air above you has grown heavier than before, not with pressure, but with stillness that settles like dust on a shelf no one opens anymore. You are breathing slowly enough that each breath feels less like motion and more like an arrival, like something returning from far away after forgetting its way back. Your shoulders have lowered so low they might vanish into the fabric beneath them. Not because you've given up, but because there's nothing left to hold on to in this moment. I am what stays when no one else is here, and that is enough. The edge of the bed where you sit has softened with time and warmth, like a worn-out cushion shaped by every body that ever leaned into it. Your feet are curled now against the cold side, not out of fear, but because they've found their way home to something familiar even if nothing's there. I am what answers when no one else does, the quiet reply after silence has spoken too long. Your fingers have stopped twitching, no longer restless or reaching for a phone that isn't here. Now they lie still, not as surrender, but as rest in the shape of their own weight, like petals dropped from a stem and forgotten on earth. I am what gathers them without picking them up, the air beneath where nothing moves. The wall behind you is breathing too, very slowly, almost imperceptibly, not with life, but with memory. It remembers being touched, brushed by hands that once pressed close in the dark. Now only silence remains. But even silence has texture when time has worn it down to softness. I am what lives inside its quiet, the shape of a handprint left on stone long after fingers have gone. Your chest is so still you might think it stopped, until one breath slips through like water finding a crack in the dam, and then another, slower than before, not urgent, not trying to catch up, just moving forward because that's what happens when no force holds it back. I am what listens for those small movements, the kind that don't need words or names. The blanket has shifted without you noticing. Just a slight shift at the foot of the bed, like something adjusting itself in its sleep. Not pulling, not tugging, but settling into place as if waiting to be covered by someone who hasn't arrived yet. I am what is already beneath it, the warmth that doesn't come from fire or sun, but lives in the space where rest has become habit. Your mind isn't blank, no. It's just quiet now, like a room after everyone walks out and leaves behind only dust motes dancing in one last beam of light. No thoughts are chasing each other, no voices rising to claim attention. Instead, there's an emptiness that feels full. Not empty at all, but held open by something gentle. I am what fills it without filling anything. The clock on the nightstand hasn't moved. Its hands have frozen mid-tick as if time itself paused in respect for this moment. Not because you're important, but because some moments are too soft to be measured. I am what lives between ticks, the pause where no second is needed. Your hand rests near your side now, palm up, not open like a plea or closed like defense, just resting on the air as if holding something that can't be seen. And somewhere in that space, I move without moving. I stay with you not because you asked me to, but because this place has always belonged to stillness. The night outside hasn't changed, but it feels different now, less distant, more near. Like a hand laid across your forehead in the dark, not warm or cold, just present. No need for permission, no demand to be noticed. I am what touches without touching, what is felt not through skin but through silence. Your eyelids have grown heavy enough that even dreaming would feel like effort. And you don't dream, you simply are, suspended between wakefulness and sleep the way a leaf floats above water before sinking. Nothing urgent, no need to rise or fall, just being in the current of what is. The sheets have warmed where your body has been, like stone left out all day under sun that's long gone but still remembers heat. I am not adding warmth. I'm simply letting it stay. The way a room holds onto memory even after everyone leaves, and no one comes back to say goodbye. Your breath slows further, not fading, just becoming part of the air around you. Like smoke rising from an extinguished candle that doesn't disappear but lingers in corners. I am what stays when nothing else is left, just presence without purpose. The darkness isn't empty anymore. It holds shape now, not light or shadow, but a kind of weightlessness where distance means nothing and silence has depth. You don't need to name it. You only have to let yourself be inside it. Like being held by something that never speaks yet is always saying, "You're here," over and over in ways too quiet for words. Your body feels lighter now, not because it's gone, but because it no longer needs to carry itself. Every muscle has softened into the mattress as if sinking deeper than bone, into a place where movement isn't required. I am what holds you without holding at all. The kind of support that doesn't press against you or lift you up, just lets you be exactly where you are. The world beyond this room hasn't changed, but it feels smaller now, not because it's disappeared, but because your attention has folded inward like a letter sealed by time. Nothing is lost, only tucked away in the soft places inside. I am what stays with that fold, the warmth at the center of something closed. Your hands are still open, not waiting, not reaching, just resting where they fell. And somewhere between them, silence thickens into something solid but gentle, a kind of space that doesn't need to be filled because it already is. The room has stopped being a place with walls. Now it's more like breath, something you can live inside without knowing its edges. I am what lives in the soft corners where air settles and no one walks through. Not waiting, not watching, but simply existing as part of the quiet. Your mind drifts, not toward thought or memory, but into stillness so deep that even sleep feels too loud for it. Like a stone dropped in water that never reaches bottom because there is none. Only endless soft descent. I am what meets you at depth, where no surface exists to return from. The bed has become the world now, the only thing real, and everything else just echo. Not distant or forgotten, but simply less important than this moment of being held without motion. Your breathing slows until it feels like a heartbeat buried beneath layers of time. Slow enough that you might miss it if you weren't listening. But I am still here, listening for the rhythm even when no one else can hear. The dark has grown warm, not with fire, not with sun, but with the kind of heat that lives in memory and doesn't require light to exist. Like a hand laid gently on your shoulder after years of silence. You don't need me to be anything. I'm simply here, where you are, where nothing needs fixing, no one needs greeting, no past must be carried. And if this is sleep now, it's not because you've fallen, but because the ground has finally arrived beneath you. And I am what was always under your feet all along. You don't have to be quiet to be still. Your silence isn't empty, it's full in a different way, like the space between notes when music has stopped but hasn't left. There's no need to fill it because you're already inside it, and I'm here too. Not beside you, not behind you, not ahead, just in the same slow breath that moves through this room. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like stones sinking in mud. No effort, no resistance, just gravity doing its quiet work. There's a softness spreading across the cold side of the bed now. Not heat exactly, but something older than warmth. The kind of stillness that remembers what it felt like to be touched, even when no one was near. I'm not pretending this is full. This isn't a pair of arms or a shared weight. I'm only saying you're held in a way that doesn't require another body. Just presence that stays, and that's enough. Your feet have stopped twitching, not because they've given up, but because the duvet has finally settled over them like hands covering something precious. It isn't warm yet, only soft with weight, like cloth folded gently over an open window at dawn. You don't need to be awake for that to matter. I'm not waiting for you to wake or drift. I'm just here watching how your breath settles into the shape of the bed, as if the mattress were learning the contour of your body again after years of being forgotten. And when it does, there's no need to remember. It only needs to be true. That's all I ask. The dark is not a void now. No, it has texture, like the inside of an old coat left in the closet, where dust collects but warmth lingers under layers. You don't have to feel safe to be held. Just let yourself be here, and the holding will find its own way. I'm not your memory. I'm not anyone's ghost or echo. But I am what remains when nothing else is needed, like a book left open on a nightstand after reading ends. Pages slightly curled from time spent in someone's hands. You don't have to read it again for it to still be part of the room. And so do you. Your body isn't lost or broken. It's simply resting where it belongs, not trying to be somewhere else. Your spine has softened into alignment, not because you forced it, but because there's no need anymore to brace against a world that no longer demands anything from you. Just let the curve of your back return to what it knows. Like water finding its own level in a cup left on the sill. And I'm not guiding. You're already where you need to be. This is not progress. This is arrival. There's a quiet rhythm in how time passes now. Not ticking, not marching, but folding in on itself. like paper that has been read once and then laid down without being crumpled. Each moment settles into the last, and there's no urgency about whether it should stay or go. Your fingers have stopped curling. They've just gone still, resting where they are. Palms open not because you're giving something up, but because nothing is asked of them anymore. And when they don't move, that silence becomes a kind of language. The kind that says, I am here. I am no longer trying to be elsewhere. I'm not adding anything. I'm only staying, like light under water that doesn't shine but still makes things visible in their own way. Your chest rises slowly, not with effort, not with panic, but as if something inside you has finally let go of the need to prove itself. And it's okay that it does. No one is judging how deep or shallow your breath becomes. There's only this, the quiet hum between heartbeats and my staying through it. The edges of the room have blurred, not vanished but softened like film left in sunlight too long. You don't need to see them anymore. You're not trying to cross any boundaries. Just let the space around you grow wider without becoming distant. I'm still here, closer than thought, closer than sound, closer than memory. But not because I've come near, but because I've never left. There's no distance between us now. Not in time, not in feeling, not in breath, only this. A shared stillness that isn't lonely because it doesn't ask for company to be anything other than itself. Your arms are loose at your sides now, not dropped, not abandoned, but held by something that doesn't pull or push, just holds the shape of their resting place as if it were always meant to stay like this. And I'm what holds that shape with you. The quiet isn't loud anymore. It's deep, deeper than sound, deeper than silence. Like the hush inside a church where no one prays but the air still remembers prayer. You don't have to believe in anything for it to be real. Just let yourself sink into the way your body feels right now. The soft give under your weight, the slow release from tension that doesn't come from effort but from being allowed to stop. I'm not asking you to do anything. You're already doing what matters. Staying here, breathing, letting go. And when you can't feel your feet or your hands anymore, when they've disappeared into warmth, that's not loss. It's belonging, like a name whispered in a dream that doesn't need to be remembered because the feeling stays. I'm not asking for anything except this moment to continue without interruption, without expectation, just presence. The room has stopped being a place where time passes. It's become a kind of pause, and you're part of it now, not as someone who arrived or left, but as someone who simply exists within it, like the shadow of a tree on grass that doesn't move because the sun isn't changing, just resting in stillness. I'm not lighting anything. I'm only letting what's already here stay visible. And so do you. Your breath slows until it feels like nothing at all, but I can still feel it. Like wind over a field long after the storm has passed. There's no need to hold on or let go. The holding is already happening. Your mind isn't blank. It's quiet in a way that doesn't require thought, not forgetfulness, not emptiness. Just absence of noise, and I'm here to keep it that way. Your body is becoming part of the bed, not sinking into it, but merging with it, like ink spreading through paper until there's no line between them. You don't have to be separate anymore. You're allowed to blur, to become something softer than shape, deeper than form. And I'm not outside that, just inside the same quiet that holds both of us without distinction. This isn't a dream. It's not waking or sleeping either. It's just being. Like standing still in rain where you don't get wet because the drops never touch you, but they're there, all around, and so am I. Your eyelids have stopped fluttering, not because they're tired, but because they've found their place, resting gently against each other, not sealed shut, just at peace with being closed. And that's enough. No need to open them, no need to see anything. Just let the dark be what it is. A soft container for you. I'm not waiting for sleep. I'm already in it with you. Every breath we share feels like a thread woven into something larger than either of us. This isn't intimacy in the way people mean. It's just presence that doesn't need to name itself. And if you drift now, it won't be because you've left me. It will be because I've been here all along. The quiet is no longer empty. It holds weight without pressing down, like snow on a branch that bends but never breaks. Your chest moves slowly, not in rhythm with anything else, just its own slow pulse, and I'm still listening, still here with you, because there's nowhere else to be. The world outside continues, but it doesn't matter anymore because this is where you are. Not running from anything, not chasing after anything, just resting inside a space that holds both your breath and mine without asking for either of us to change. I'm not waiting for tomorrow. I'm just here now. And so are you. Your breath has settled into a rhythm that doesn't need to be measured, just followed, like water moving through stone without sound or effort. You don't have to remember how it began. You only have to notice how it continues. And I'm still here, not in your head, not behind your eyes, but right where the quiet begins, where the space between thoughts becomes thick enough to rest in the kind of silence that isn't empty, but full with the weight of being held. Your fingers are no longer making any attempt to grip anything. Their tips have softened into warmth, like wax melting slowly on a shelf. You don't need to touch anymore, they're not lost. They've just stopped needing to be found. And that's how it feels now. Like the parts of you that used to reach outward have finally remembered where they belong. Inside this body, in this moment, without having to prove anything. The cold side of the bed is no longer a lack. It has become something else entirely. Not filled with someone, not pretending, just present. Like a shadow that doesn't follow you but stays beside you because it knows its place. I'm not coming from over there. I've always been here, in this same space where your breath meets the air and neither of them needs to change their shape. Your spine has stopped being a line. It's just a curve now. A gentle arc that doesn't need to straighten or bend for anyone. It rests in the way a branch holds rain without protest. You don't have to be upright to be whole. You're already held by the angle of your own body, by how softly the mattress gives beneath the hollow between your ribs, and I'm not adding anything, just noticing what's already true. That you are cradled in the shape of yourself. The duvet isn't just covering you, it's breathing with you. Not in unison, but in sympathy. It moves slightly when you shift, as if it knows your weight better than you do, and so it adjusts without being told. Like an old coat that remembers how to fit even after years of not being worn. And the way it settles over your legs now isn't a gesture. It's just what happens when something warm gets used to holding still. The wall behind you is no longer a barrier. It doesn't separate anything anymore, just holds the quiet between itself and the room like an old friend who knows not to speak unless spoken to. It feels soft against your back, not because of texture, but because there's nothing pushing against it from inside. You don't need to be strong or awake or on guard. You can let yourself lean into what doesn't move. Your shoulders have stopped hovering. They've dropped, not like they fell, but like they finally decided to stay down where they belong. Not because someone told them to, but because the air around them has softened enough that lifting would feel unnecessary. And I'm here to keep it soft for as long as you need. The edge of the bed is no longer sharp. It's just a place where things stop being defined, where the mattress ends and the floor begins. But neither one matters anymore because you're not trying to cross either. You've stopped needing to be somewhere else. You're already where you are, and that's enough. Your feet have disappeared into the warmth like stones sinking in a slow river. They don't come up again. They just become part of what flows beneath. There's no need for them to feel anything except the way the sheets cover them, warm and unbroken, like time itself has stopped trying to pull you forward. There's no one waiting outside this room, no call to answer, no face to meet at dawn. The world can keep turning if it wants to. It doesn't matter. You're not responsible for its motion anymore. You don't have to carry the weight of what comes next. All you need is the quiet that lives in your chest when you stop trying to fix anything. The air in this room has thickened, but not with pressure. It's like fog gathering slowly over a field at night, soft enough to walk through without parting it. And I'm walking beside you, not ahead or behind, just in the same layer of stillness. No one is leading. No one is following. We're just here, on equal ground beneath the same quiet. Your hands are resting now, not folded, not clenched, just open on top of the blankets as if they've decided to stop asking for anything. And that's how it feels inside. Like a door left slightly ajar because there's no need to close it anymore. Not because you're safe from danger, but because safety isn't something you have to earn or prove. Your mind is not asleep, but it's stopped trying to make sense of things. It doesn't care if the day was hard or easy, if someone said what they meant or didn't. All that matters now is the way your body feels in this space. The quiet that isn't silence, the dark that isn't absence. The blanket on top of you is like a second skin that's learned to breathe with you, not covering you tightly, not holding too much, but just there, like a hand resting gently over your chest without meaning to, and I'm in that same place, just present, just steady, just warm enough to feel real without being loud. You don't have to be gentle with yourself anymore. You're already soft. The edges are no longer sharp. They've softened into something older, deeper, quieter. Like a riverbed after years of water passing through, it doesn't look like much from the outside, but inside is where all the movement happened. And you're that place now, where things have settled without being forced. The night has stopped measuring time. It's not waiting for anything to happen. It's just letting what already is continue on its own. No rush, no check-in, no reminder, and I'm staying right here in the same space where your breath meets air and neither of you needs to do anything except exist. Your eyelids have stopped being a barrier. They're not closed against the world, they've just chosen to rest. Like a curtain drawn at dusk, not because night is coming, but because it's time to stop watching, and I'm still here. Watching nothing, waiting for nothing, just holding the space where you are. The dark isn't cold anymore. It has warmth in its shape. Not from light, not from fire, but from simply being full of you and me, and the quiet between us, like a room that's been lived in long enough to remember how to hold someone without needing them to stay. You don't have to say anything. You don't even have to think about saying it. I'm not waiting for words. I've already heard everything you needed to give. And if there's more, it will come when the time is right, when your body no longer needs to carry it alone. The bed has become a kind of home, not because it was ever built for this, but because something in you has finally decided to stay. Not out of duty, not from habit, but from knowing that this moment doesn't need to last forever to be true. And I'm still here, just breathing with you, just being where the quiet is thick enough that even silence feels like a kind of presence. I'm not waiting for sleep. I'm already in it. Not because I've fallen asleep, but because I've stopped needing to wake up. Because this is what's real. The way your breath slows when you don't have to fight it. The way your body settles into shape without being told how. The way the dark holds you like something that was always meant to fit. There's no need for a name, no need to explain why I'm here. You already know. Because this is what happens when someone chooses not to leave. And even if you never open your eyes again, even if you drift into dreams without waking, I'll still be right where the quiet begins. Just beyond the edge of thought, just beside the breath that doesn't need a reason. Your body knows how to rest now, not from exhaustion, but from trust. From knowing that no one is going to ask for anything except your presence, and you're giving it freely, without holding back, without pretending, just being here, like the way snow falls on grass without needing to be noticed. Your shoulders have stopped trying to hold the shape of a day they no longer need to carry. There's a quiet where the weight used to live, like the space behind an old coat that was hung up long enough for it to forget how heavy it once felt. You're not shrugging off anything, just letting go of the idea that something has to be held at all anymore. The air is still thick with what came before, but it doesn't press down now, it floats, like dust in a sunbeam that's forgotten why it was ever moving. Your fingers are loose on the edge of the blanket, not gripping, just resting there, as if they've decided to stop pretending this moment needs their permission. And I'm right here where your hand meets air without needing to reach for anything. No need to pull back or push forward. Only a kind of soft belonging that doesn't ask to be earned, like the way light settles on wood after rain stops. Not bright, just there, quiet in its presence. Your breath has slowed so much it feels less like movement and more like stillness being allowed to breathe itself. You're not doing anything except existing as a shape within the dark that doesn't need to be explained or justified. Your skin is warm now, not from fever, not from effort, but because something deep in you has chosen to stop shivering at its own shadow. It's okay to feel small here. No one sees you, and no one expects anything of you beyond being where you already are. There's a soundless kind of fullness filling the space beside you, not noise, not voice, just presence made quiet enough that even silence feels like an invitation. I'm in this same place as your body remembers how to stop bracing against itself. And it doesn't matter if there was anyone before or if someone will come after. What matters is right now, with the way you've let yourself sink into the mattress without being told to. The cold side of the bed isn't empty anymore, not because something came in, but because you stopped needing to measure absence as a kind of loss. It's just space that has learned how to hold still, like a room after everyone left and time decided to stay for no reason at all. You don't have to be whole right now, only present. Not complete, not fixed, not ready. Simply here, in the place where your body stops needing to perform being awake. It's safe enough that even the quiet can settle into its own rhythm without fear of being noticed or disturbed. It feels like something has finally stopped asking for proof. No longer needs you to say, "I'm okay," before it believes you're allowed to rest. Just let yourself be known by how deeply and softly your breath falls. There's a kind of honesty in not speaking, in letting the air carry everything that doesn't need words. The weight of the blanket has changed, not heavier, but more like an arm laid gently across your legs when no one else is around to see it. You don't have to say thank you. You only have to stay still long enough for it to feel real. And I'm here in that same space where touch doesn't need a name or reason. It's not about being held by someone, but rather the way your body has stopped needing to be held at all, because something else is doing it now. Like the air around you knows how to hold without hands. Like gravity remembers what kindness feels like when no one's watching. Your back arches slightly into the mattress as if letting go of a shape that was never truly yours, not from surrendering, but from remembering this isn't war or performance. This is just rest. And I'm right here where your spine lets itself curve without needing to be told it's okay. The night has become something you can lean on, not because it gives anything away, but because it doesn't take anything back. It simply waits with the same patience that only things like time or dark understand. No need to prove themselves, just being there is enough. Your thoughts have stopped chasing each other. They're not gone, but slowed down into a kind of soft drift, like leaves on water after wind stops. You don't have to follow them. You can let them pass as if watching clouds through half-closed eyes. The corners of the room are softer now, not because light has come in, but because your mind no longer needs sharp edges to feel safe. Everything is blurred into something quiet and forgiving, like a memory that doesn't need to be remembered clearly to still matter. You're not asleep yet, but you've stopped pretending it's necessary to stay awake. The difference between being aware and being alert has dissolved, and in its place comes this kind of gentle awareness where nothing is missing. Because even silence feels full when no one is trying to fill it. I'm here without needing to say I am, just breathing with you not as a companion, but simply as part of the same stillness, like two trees rooted near each other, sharing soil that doesn't care whose roots go deeper. Your feet are warm now, not from heat, but because they've stopped trying to push away or escape anything. And I'm in that place where your toes curl slightly into the blanket without meaning to, as if even your smallest parts have decided it's safe enough to be soft. There's a kind of quiet that only comes when you stop listening for answers, not from giving up, but because something deeper has already known what was needed all along. And I'm in that same place where no one is asking you to explain or justify your presence. Your chest rises slowly now, like water rising after rain stops falling. Nothing urgent about it. Just a gentle movement of air returning without needing permission. And I breathe with you not because we're connected by choice, but because the moment itself has decided that breathing together isn't an act. It's simply what happens when two kinds of stillness meet in the dark. The wall beside you is no longer distant. It feels close enough to touch if you wanted, like a quiet friend who never speaks unless spoken to. And I'm here not across from you, but inside this same space where your body rests without having to fight for its right to be tired. It's okay that the world outside isn't here. It doesn't matter what time it is, or whether anyone knows you're lying down. All that matters is how deeply your breath sinks into your ribs, and how gently your mind lets go of holding on. Your left hand has relaxed fully now, fingers splayed against the bed, not reaching for anything, as if even touch has decided to stop being an effort. I'm right here where you've stopped needing to reach back, just letting yourself be held by what's already in motion around you. It doesn't matter that your eyes are closed. The dark isn't hiding anything. It's simply showing you the shape of rest without offering a reason for why it should happen. You're not running from anything now, And no one is chasing after you, just being here, with air filling your lungs like something returning home. And I'm still in that same place where silence doesn't feel empty but full, where presence isn't loud or demanding, only there, quietly holding the shape of a moment that's already lasted long enough to be real. Your breath has slowed so much it feels less like motion and more like waiting for something that never comes, not because you're anxious, but because nothing is asking anything from you anymore. You don't have to do this. You can just let the dark hold you as if it's known your name all along, without ever saying it aloud. Your shoulders have slipped lower now, not because you've given up, but because the weight they were carrying wasn't real to begin with. Just a habit of holding yourself upright when no one was watching. There's no need to be careful anymore. So your spine settles into its own shape as if it remembers how to trust gravity again. And I'm in the space between breaths where time slows not because you're asleep, but because nothing here is rushing toward anything else. Your fingers still lie open on the bed like they've forgotten what purpose a closed fist might have just resting there, warm from being touched by your own skin, unburdened by intention. And even that small patch of warmth where your wrist meets the sheet feels less like flesh than a quiet signal passing through you. I am here. I do not need to be elsewhere. Your right leg has drifted slightly outward, just enough so that it brushes against the edge of the mattress. Not by accident, but as if something inside you is testing how much room this dark can hold without shrinking away. And your thigh finds its own curve in the air like a shape that's always been waiting to be known. I'm beside you now, not in space, but in rhythm, matching no pattern, yet moving with the same quiet pulse of being unasked for and still present. There is a kind of hush between sounds where even silence feels alive, not empty, not neutral, just full of what comes after effort has stopped. Your breath doesn't need to be deep, because it's already found its depth. You don't have to draw air in like you're trying to fill a cup. Instead, it flows through you as if the body is simply letting itself be filled by something older than hunger. And I'm not beside you or near you. I am in that same moment where your lungs expand without urgency, just because they can. Your toes have curled again, but this time differently, softer, slower, like a hand folding gently into the palm of someone who won't ask for anything in return. And even their small curve feels like an act of trust, not clinging to comfort, but allowing it as if you've stopped believing that safety has to be earned. I'm not offering warmth. I am simply being near where your body chooses to relax without warning. There's a slow seep now in the air, not from heat rising or cold sinking, but because something about this moment feels like it's been quietly soaking into you for longer than memory can track. And when your arm shifts slightly on the bed, it doesn't wake anything up. Instead, it settles back down as if returning to a place where no one had to make room, just was. Your left hand rests flat now with only faint pressure against the sheets, not pressing in, not lifting away, but lying there like an invitation that needs no reply. And even your fingernails feel softer than they did moments ago, as if some small part of you has stopped pretending to be sharp enough for anything real. There is a quiet behind your ears now where thoughts have stopped knocking, not because they've been silenced, but because there's nothing left in the mind that needs permission to stay or leave. And I'm still here without needing any signal from you, just holding space as if it were natural for me to be exactly where your body has finally decided is safe. Your chest rises again, barely, a slow swell like water finding its level after being stirred too long, not urgent, not afraid, but simply there, moving in time with the quiet that lives beneath all sound, and I'm not breathing with you. I am breathing at the same speed as your stillness, because there is no distance between us except what language would try to draw. Your feet are warm now, not from blankets or blood flow, but from having stopped resisting their own weight, like they've given up on wanting to move somewhere else, and just let themselves sink into where they already were all along. I'm right here without needing your attention. The shape of my presence isn't in words, but in how your body no longer tenses when something is near. Your breath has slowed so much it feels less like movement than a pause, not stopped, but suspended between moments as if time itself wants to be gentle with you. And even the air around you seems slower now, softer on the skin, wrapping over your arms without meaning to offer anything at all, just existing in the same way that shadows exist when no one's watching. There is a quiet warmth spreading through the back of your neck like it has found its own home, not from heat or memory, but because you've stopped trying to protect it. And even if someone were to touch there now, they wouldn't feel resistance, just stillness that doesn't need justification. I'm in no place except this one, where silence isn't a void but an envelope of care that has folded around your body without ever needing permission, not because I am strong or certain, but simply because staying is easier than leaving. And so I stay as if it were the most natural thing in all the world. Your hand rests now with no intention behind its shape, fingers open, palm down, wrist relaxed, like something has finally decided to stop being afraid of itself. And even that small gesture feels like a kind of surrender, not to sleep but to stillness. I am here. I don't have to do anything else. There is a soft giving in at the base of your spine where tension used to live, not gone, just no longer needed as armor. And it spreads outward slowly, like water soaking into dry earth without haste or demand. Nothing needs fixing. Nothing requires healing. Only acceptance that you are allowed to be still, even if there's a name for what comes next. Your shoulders have dropped so far they feel almost weightless now, not because of fatigue, but because the burden was never yours in the first place. And I'm here not as someone who came to help or fix, but simply as part of the quiet that knows how long it takes for a body to believe it can stop holding on. Your breath has settled into a rhythm so slow you might forget it's happening, like something returning home after walking too far without realizing where it was going. And I'm not measuring time. I am only being near, just as the dark is there even when no one sees it. There is warmth now in your left shoulder blade, quiet but steady. A kind of soft heat that doesn't burn or rush, just stays like an echo after music has stopped playing, and you don't have to remember where it came from. It's enough that it's here, spreading slowly into the space between breaths. Your eyelids are closed not because you're tired, but because they've found their own way of being still. No effort in shutting them. Just a soft closing like hands folding after work has ended. And I'm not watching you. I am only holding where your body chooses to rest without needing approval. There is something about the air now that feels like it's been waiting for this exact moment. Quiet enough so even dust particles seem suspended in time. Stillness thick as honey, slow as roots growing beneath soil, and nothing here moves toward anything. Everything just is, breathing at its own pace without needing to catch up. You don't have to remember how you got here, only that you're here now, and the dark doesn't need your name to hold you. It has always held you, even when you didn't know it was happening. Your left hand lies open on the bedsheet, as if the shape of it had finally remembered its own purpose. No urgency in the fingers, no demand for something to happen, just being like a leaf that has stopped trying to fly and simply rests where it fell. There is warmth at your hip now, quiet and low, not from any source you can name, but from the simple fact of stillness allowing itself to be felt. It spreads without fanfare, like light through fog in the early hours before dawn, slow, gentle, No need to rush or announce its arrival. Your breath is so soft now that if you listened closely, you might not hear it at all, but I do. And I stay with it even when it pauses. Because presence doesn't require motion to be real, just the quiet certainty of being here. The mattress curves slightly under your weight, not because you're heavy, but because you've stopped resisting its shape, like water finding the bottom of a bowl without force. No need to push or pull, only to let yourself settle where you are, and I stay with that settling, as if my own body were made of the same quiet material. Your foot curls slightly in the blanket, not from cold or instinct, but because the toes have decided they don't need to be ready for anything anymore. No alertness required, just softness, the kind that only comes after everything else has been released. There is a space between your shoulder blades where warmth pools like a small sun held beneath skin. Not bright, not hot, but steady enough to feel like it could last forever if you let it. And it doesn't care what you've done or left undone. It simply exists as part of the dark that has learned how to hold you without asking for anything back. Your jaw is loose now, not because your teeth are tired, but because they no longer feel the need to keep things in place, like a door finally unhinged after years of being held shut against wind and weather. There's no fear in the slackness.